Hey guys, welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. My name is Scott and we are here for the Monday Night Raw watch along. Of course, it is Raw coming from London, England. Just like the SmackDown show we did just a few days ago, it's going to be from the O2 Arena. So we're going to be breaking down the card, we're going to be previewing the show and talking a little bit about SmackDown and all the kind of current WWE news before we head into the show itself. If you're watching live, we are just under an hour and a half away essentially from Monday Night Raw starting. We'll line up our streams essentially. So stay tuned if you're watching on demand, and you know when we're starting as well. Again, just over an hour and a half away, and I'll be back right after this.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, once again, you are here for the watch-along experience for Monday Night Raw. And as you can see there, we've got quite a big match to talk about later on with the Women's World title and, of course, the special guest referee. But let's break down the card and kind of what we're expecting to see on Monday Night Raw tonight. The big story, as I say, is, for me, the Women's title. But I think it's all going to be about shenanigans there. But let's touch on that later on. We've also got, for the third week in a row, John Cena is going to be face-to-face with Cody Rhodes, this time, of course, in London. Let's see if there are any differences to the presentation of John Cena or any kind of advancements, really, in that storyline. We've also got Jimmy Uso going up against Gunther to kind of, I guess, defend his brother's honor and put a little bit of a spanner in the works as far as the preparations go for Gunther heading into WrestleMania. And we've also got Logan Paul tonight returning on Monday Night Raw in London to call out AJ Styles. Again, surely leading towards a match between the two of them at WrestleMania. We touched on it already, but we do have the Women's World title on the line between Io Sky and Rhea Ripley with, as you can see there in the middle, special guest referee Bianca Belair. Now, also on top of this, you've also got a tag match between Bron Breakker and Penta going up against the Judgment Day members of Finn Balor and Dominic Mysterio. And again, we've been talking about this a few times on streams lately, that surely this could be turning into a fatal four-way. So this might be where the kind of cracks start to shine even further, essentially, between the Judgment Day members, and we might end up seeing the four of them face off against each other. The two that we see in the tag team, well, the two teams we see against each other tonight. Now, that's it for tonight for now. We're going to touch on the card a little bit more later on. I'll give my actual kind of predictions and stuff like that. But what we're going to do now is throw over to our review from Friday night, essentially our review of SmackDown. This was our instant reaction review. Keep your comments coming in the background, guys, because I'm going to be here lurking as well. I'll reply to those in the background, and then I'll reply, I guess, once they come back on screen, essentially, to some of the more kind of thought-provoking comments as well. So again, get your comments coming in, and here is our review of SmackDown from this very same venue, the O2 in London. Hey everyone, to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. My name is Scott, and we are here for the instant reaction review to Friday Night SmackDown live from London's O2 Arena, and it was a very enjoyable show. Now, my one negative would be, as it always is, does it have to be that long? But credit where it's due. I think they really brought us back around in the last kind of half an hour where it really started to be a concern that it was dipping. But overall, a really good show. It started out really hot. It ended really hot, and it had some great moments in between. Want to know what you guys thought of the show, though? Give me your comments down below on the on-demand version, but also those watching live would love to know what you thought of the show itself. Gary says, welcome back. And Casper's in the house for the instant reaction review as well. If you just joined us live, we had our watch-along experience earlier on. If you want to find that on demand, it will be on the channel as well. But you are here again for the SmackDown instant reaction review on a night that I guess gave us a lot of things to talk about, a lot of great stories, a lot of great matches and segments. Just off the top of my head, Kevin Owens appeared. Naomi did an incredible segment where she was crying. Amazing performance there. We got to see Jay Cargill. We saw Cody Rhodes, which I didn't even expect. A lot of love shown for Randy Orton as well. Drew McIntyre had a fantastic night. Damian Priest looked good. Michin had a great performance. Charlotte Flair looked strong. Jacob Fatu got a massive pop as well. Even though he ruined the match, he was kind of a big, exciting part of the show. We got two great mysterious vignettes, but one of them got revealed to us. Stay tuned. We'll talk about that. And the other one we can dive deeper into here as well. But again, a very, very good start to the show. It started out with that promo we mentioned just a moment ago. Cody Rhodes, came out and was interrupted very quickly by Randy Orton. But it started out with a incredible reception for the WWE champion. Again, we've had a Roman reporter out there in the form of Danny, who's sent us some clips of the experience in the venue tonight as well. So if you haven't seen it, then let me just show you what it was like when Cody Rhodes made his way to the ring. As soon as his music stopped, the fans didn't want to give up. Let's play. Not that clip. Here we go. We're booing Cena first of all. And then Cody Rhodes getting great love. And then the Cody Rhodes chant started. Of course, we saw similar at the end for Roman Reigns, the same chant essentially. As Casper says, the show started really strong. And as I say, after that, Randy Orton made his way to the ring and they gave Cody a great reception by singing his song. But Randy Orton, as you expect, in this portion of his career, is just getting sing along, and each crowd will get louder and louder. And let's listen to what the London fans brought to the table in that respect. Big love, as you hear from the fans in London, serenading the legend that is Randy Orton. As Casper said, being around and getting a lot of love in London. Big fan of Randy Orton is Gary as well. This is basically how the show started. As I say, guys, they were hot and involved with the action straight away. They were not shy as a crowd, and they were up there, I think, one of the best of this European tour. Yes, I'm biased because I'm from London, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, that is fans. Great reception there for Randy Orton. But that's how it started. As I say, Randy Orton did a nice little heartfelt promo. We talked about this quite a lot on the watch along. Essentially, they, of course, referred to their time together when Cody was new. They talked about Cody going away and essentially doing the indie run in Japan, Ring of Honor, and then creating AEW and coming back, and basically how much he was underutilized or underappreciated. Randy was referring to as well. But then Drew McIntyre comes out, who doesn't appreciate Cody or Randy Orton, and basically tried to play up to the fans. Actually, he got a great reception. I think he kind of had to, really. He could have done the typical, oh, you cheer me, but I actually hate you type stuff when you come back to the UK. But I think it actually works out really well, the way they played it. Look, they were going to get heels being cheered tonight if they were British, right? And we saw that very quickly in the next match as well. But it was a great kind of opening segment. It got physical. Cody Rhodes did the old fall down to his back and uppercut. Randy Orton tried to hit him with the RKO. It did not happen, though. But this was a great start to the show. Really did enjoy it. I was very surprised to see Cody Rhodes there. And again, a hot kind of start to SmackDown. Then we moved into the first advertised match and the first match of the show overall. And that, of course, was Pretty Deadly going up against the Street Profits for the WWE Tag Team titles. Now, was it a victory for the Brits? I'd love to be here saying, yes, boy. But sadly, no, boy, it wasn't. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm a big fan of the Street Profits. They should have captured the titles themselves. a long time ago for, I believe, only the second time. But to their credit, they're doing well at the moment, and they've only just won it. It would be weird to take the titles off them, but I was just really hoping we'd see something special here in London. Look, it was a great show. It's special in that sense, but I was hoping there'd be a title change like the one in Barcelona where the Street Profits did win. But seeing as they had only just won it themselves, it didn't seem likely, but still a very, very good match. I mean, the hometown boys, if you want to call them that, they played up to the crowd. Again, they were basically babyface, and it was really confusing for the Street Profits, because again, we've talked later about how they've seemingly flip-flopped over the past year or so. You got to remember that time with Bobby Lashley where they turned heel and then kind of were face again. They started dressing differently, then they went back to the way they used to be and acting that way again. Now they are dressing differently now that they're champs, and they've got rid of the glittery cup, they got rid of the old theme song, but they were baby faces when they won the title. They celebrated as faces last week, but then this week, I guess because they're in London, they just kind of healed it up. But it's just not great for a confusing enough kind of duo, essentially, to be doing stuff like that. Not really a fan of that aspect, but at the same time, sometimes you just have to do that because you got to play up to what the crowd wants, and the crowd wanted to cheer for Kit and Elton. Now, again, they didn't win the title, but they had some really, really great kind of near falls and got the fans behind them with spilt milk. But yeah, sadly, it wasn't to be. And the Street Profits are still your tag team champions after retaining them on their first title defense. As I say, it would have been a bit odd if they did lose them. Now, great first match. Street Profits versus Pretty Deadly was a fun match, says Casper. Gary says they earn my respect a little more tonight. Pretty Deadly. Yeah, we were talking about this on the watch along. Gary's not really been a massive fan of Pretty Deadly's work, but yeah, I can see, Gary, you've been won over. And also, Casper does think that a face turn is coming. I think, yeah, it was a hometown crowd, so it's kind of a test bed, right? You can see what the fans would do as far as kind of reacting to babyface Pretty Deadly. Yeah, it's different when they're hometown, but at the same time, it's somewhat of a good indicator, I think. Next up, we had Katana Chance and Caden Carter versus the Secret Hervis of Piper Niven and Alba Fire. Another fun match. Cool to see the Secret Hervis get all the love and respect I think they deserve, even though, again, they're heels. The Brits like to cheer for the heels, don't get me wrong. And Chelsea Green got a lot of love out there as well. This match ended with the Secret Hervis picking up the win, the heels. Some dirty tactics by using their attires in their advantage by Piper using the tie. And then at the end of this, to kind of make the save, was Zelina Vega. And it looks like we're going to continue this feud with Vega and Chelsea Green, maybe heading to WrestleMania. But a fun match. Alba Fire, Piper Niven looking good. But at the same time, I think Caden and Katana look pretty solid as well. Good match between them. And one of those where, as always, we like to say, did what he needed to do. Next up, Braun Strowman was going after the US title. And I didn't think it was going to take it away from the hands of this man here, LA Knight. That's because of another man who was bound to get involved, and he did. It become a no contest because as Braun was slowly starting to get in control, he runs around the outside to do his kind of freight train thing, and what do you know, out of nowhere, Jacob Fatu bounces into his face instead and takes control himself. Now, this match, again, as I say, ends in a no contest, and most times you'd be like, oh man, they've ruined the title match. I knew they'd take the easy way out. But the cheer was huge. Again, another example of London cheering the bad guy. But hey, every city seems to be cheering Jacob Fatu at the moment. And I think that's a big, big indicator as where he is and how the fans respect him, because even a title match being ruined by him is getting a big cheer. So very, very good. Gary says, just in my opinion, not a fan of the women's division. It's just a bit slow for me, and the matches are a bit boring. That's a shame, Gary. I do appreciate, I think, what the women are doing more than that at the moment. But look, I think it's had a bit of a dip lately, the women's division. But there's still a lot of great talent in there, and I think it's slowly starting to get back to the levels we saw previously. Gary says there should have been an interference. It did ruin the match. Okay, fair enough for me. I never expected anyone to be taking the title of LA Knight anyway, so I don't really mind. It made LA Knight, it may excuse me, Jacob Fatu look good, and surely it's going to become a triple threat or something like now anyway. And again, maybe leading to WrestleMania. Another fun match, says Casper, who enjoyed the LA Braun match despite the kind of shenanigans ending we saw in a no contest. There was a great Samoan drop, wasn't there? Fatu took advantage of all the kind of outside stuff, the announce table and stuff like that, but then also hit that beautiful Samoan drop on LA as he threw him up into the air and bounced back. Going back to reference in the women's division, Gary says, don't get me wrong, great talent, just a bit slow for me. Okay, so maybe the pacing issue is something that needs to be looked into in some of these matches. I can see what you mean. Sometimes there is a little bit of a disconnect between some of the women on the roster, more so than you do get in the men's match, but in the men's matches. But why that is, it's hard to tell. Maybe just some of these aren't as, I guess, there are a lot of new characters coming in, and they're also having not worked with each other as much. So maybe that's part of it. But anyway, we are getting some good matches, and we did get another good women's match later on in this card, so we'll touch on that very soon. Backstage, we've got Jimmy Uso being asked about that slap to Gunther. The slap heard around the world, definitely part of his character now, because we saw it come into play later on. I thought he was going to slap the guys that interfered him. Interrupted him, I should say, Carmelo Hayes and The Miz. He doesn't do it here, but he pretends to go for The Miz, and The Miz kind of chickens out, which was quite funny. Ended up creating a match between them two later on in the show. We didn't see any more from Carmelo Hayes, but that was his kind of end to the night, it would seem. Backstage as well, Solo confronts Jacob Fatu with his friend Tama Tonga, and they're basically disappointed that Jacob went into business for himself. Jacob ended up saying, look, I'm just going to win this with or without you, and I'm bringing this title into the family. So we'll see how that goes. I do think he's probably going to do that at WrestleMania. Gary said, one of the best slaps I've seen on TV. It did connect, didn't it? It was up there with the old Stephanie McMahon slaps. It was a pretty good one. Next up, one of the highlights of the night for me, frustratingly, wasn't like in the ring, but then we did see it later on anyway, was Naomi's incredible promo. It was edited well, it was paced well, it was scripted well. She cried, she showed off a new look. Great, just great. Honestly, 5 out of 5 if we're talking stars, 10 out of 10, however you want to rate this. Massive, like really, really enjoyable. Gary says, better than EastEnders. Are you referring to the slap, or are you referring to the acting here in Naomi's segment? Look, for me, both were enjoyable. But Gary says, oh, blimey, Naomi, 10 out of 10 in reference to that as well. Gary says, a great promo. Yeah, really cool. And I'm so glad someone who's definitely got so much talent came back into the WWE, got used pretty decently, but still hasn't had the opportunity to shine in this way yet. So yeah, man, so happy to see it. Gary just confirming he did mean the slap, but both essentially, is better than EastEnders. Next up, and it linked in with Naomi actually, we saw Michin and B-Fab backstage first of all, who said to Jade Cargill, basically backed her up. Then they're making their entrance in order to have the match for Michin face Charlotte Flair. So I like this because it kind of intertwined different storylines. And after this, we saw Tiffany Stratton show up backstage, at least. I don't know if that was pre-taped or if she was even in London or what. But Michin and B-Fab were attacked. Now, they're attacked by Naomi, which again was great because it just made her look badass and a naughty woman. And then Jade Cargill chased her off, essentially. Then she had a really cool moment where she passes Charlotte Flair and they look at each other and just kind of acknowledge each other. And Jade kind of hints, like as if she's not impressed and, I'll be coming after you someday. So love stuff like that. I remember when they showed Cody and Roman, do you remember when they walked past each other again and you thought, oh, this might be a feud that comes back, this would be a first time feud, but still really, really cool. Now, Casper says B-Fab and Michin not a bad tag team. Yeah, good to see them working together. I think Michin is someone that's been utilized quite well in the past few months. She's had some main event matches. She's had hardcore matches or kind of stipulation-based matches at least. And she's had title shots, especially in the mid-card division. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing more from her now that she's with B-Fab, who I think also did quite well in her match against Charlotte in Barcelona. It's nice to see them getting some use on the card. Charlotte would destroy Jade, even though I like Jade. Do you think... Charlotte can't lose to everyone. I think she needs to lose to Tiffany. So to lose to Jade as well, maybe that's the SummerSlam match, or maybe the Jade thing kind of ends up being a Bianca thing again. I still think Bianca's something to do with this storyline, guys, because Bianca's been acting a little shady herself. And look, I've been saying it for months, but Bianca, in my opinion, is involved with the Naomi and Jay Cargill thing a little bit more than we've seen so far. Now, this match did still take place. As I say, Charlotte made her way to the ring and took advantage, but it was one that made everyone look good. Michi looked like a hero. She continued, and she didn't just lose easily, which they could have done and gone like, oh, you know what, fair enough, she got beat up just now. She valiantly fought on and, you know, kind of like narrowly lost, I guess. And you think, oh, what could a full strength Michi do? And Charlotte had to look strong, but didn't do it in a way that buried Michin. So I think, yeah, really, really good in that sense. So Charlotte Flair wins with the figure 8. And again, helped by the Naomi attack. Then we see a backstage segment, as I say, from Tiffany Stratton, who basically says, look, if all the things about me are true that Charlotte says, then if Charlotte loses to me, then she loses to all those things. If I lose to Charlotte, I just lose to a legend, which is fair enough. I don't think she's losing to Charlotte. I don't think she should, at least. So we'll see how that goes. Hey, we're going to be covering WrestleMania in depth. So if you haven't already, subscribe, and we'll give you our predictions closer to the time. Then Randy Orton versus Drew McIntyre. It was a match that was set up earlier on in the night because of Drew's interference in the kind of lovely promo segment we had between Randy Orton and Cody Rhodes, where Cody was getting teary. Drew said, nah, and basically got involved. And he earned himself a match against the former Legend Killer and future Hall of Famer, of course, in Randy Orton, who didn't win this match, and that was thanks to a spike DDT from Drew McIntyre. Drew McIntyre got hit with a spike DDT as he tried to set up the RKO, but then you got Kevin Owens walking down the ramp, distracting Orton. McIntyre hit a beautiful Claymore, by the way, and picked up the victory. And it looked like that was it for McIntyre, but we saw a little more from him as well, because later on backstage, he bumped into Lewis Capaldi, who they'd also shown out in the first row, essentially, of course, famous singer, Grammy nominated, I think they kept saying. I don't know if he's won a Grammy, but either way, seems like a decent bloke and a good singer. They bump into each other backstage, of course, a fellow Scott as well, and they say, look, I'll meet up in a bit. Drew's happy, he's going to go celebrate, he's going down the boozer, he invites Lewis. Drew ain't getting there, and if he does, he's putting glass out of his back, because what happened was he's all cocky and saying on the camera, on the mic to the camera, I should say, after an interview with Jackie Redmond, I believe it was, saying, look, when people don't get involved in my business, I win because I'm great, basically. And, you know, I think he gives a slight dig to Damian Priest, opens the door, and I thought he's got to be there, right? And he was there, starts attacking him. They have a little bit of a back and forth until Damian takes control. They start throwing each other into convertible. I'm thinking, what's that doing there? And then, yes, as I hoped, it was a big spot on top of the car as Damian hits Drew with the South of Heaven onto the windshield, breaks the glass, and basically starts trash talking him and stuff like that, and walks away. Drew McIntyre starts complaining that he's got glass in his eye and stuff like that. Great little spot there. Something that, again, I said it on a watch along, has really helped hype this match for WrestleMania. And I think they've done a great job week by week, because I think Drew's the hotter act at the moment. I think I like both. I appreciate both, but I've said it time and time again. This is not a match that I wanted to see or many others wanted to see, but they've done a great job at making me want to see that match, telling a story that makes sense by tapping into their history and how, you know, they were kind of involved with each other's storylines, you know, with the world title picture and the cashing in and all that kind of stuff as well. So yeah, for me, the Drew McIntyre segment with Damian Priest was fantastic, and again, just continues to sell WrestleMania for me. We also saw just before that, actually, The Miz versus Jimmy Uso, the match we talked about earlier on. Jimmy Uso comes out on top of this, and I think he should have come out on top, and I think he's going from strength to strength. They're doing very well, in my opinion, at helping Jimmy Uso get back up to the level of Jey Uso. Now, Jey has gone off with a rocket on his back. It's hard to catch him for good reason, but they're doing a good job at not making Jimmy look like that much of the weaker brother like they had done purposely before because he was the heel, but now should not be doing. He's changed his gimmick a little bit. You know, he's doing the yeets as himself. He's got a new attire. He's Big Jim now, and he's all about the slaps. He hits Miz with, I think it was 2 slaps. He hit him one, I think, in the ring, and one on the side where he dives, knocks him over the barrier as well, essentially picks up the ring, has a great promo. Again, I'm loving these different kind of things that we're seeing. We had Jake Cargill doing that promo back like before the arena was set up a few weeks back when Liv walked by. We're seeing all those kind of backstage shots as well, a little bit different to how we used to see him. And then you're getting someone like Big Jim getting on the headset, picking up the headset from the commentator's desk and saying, look, Gunther, you know, I'm going to turn you into Private Gunther. You ain't the ring general anymore, you know, and yeah, great promo. And again, a great way to execute it as well. Jimmy Uso, as Casper said, needed to get the win here just to go from strength to strength. A few more of these comments here as well. We've got Gary, not really a fan of Bianca. Also says Charlotte's middle finger to the crowd was class as well. A lot of the wrestlers playing up to the London crowd. I think they really enjoyed being out there. I know Roman did. We'll get to that in a bit. Casper says Charlotte versus Michin was a fun match. Gary's a big fan of Tiffany. Drew McIntyre versus Randy Orton interference for Kevin Owens. Again, that's the way that one ended. But Drew said I'm going down the pub. Damien Priest segment was good. Gary says, don't forget about the poor random guy for the table and his poor car. He had a bad night. I forgot that. Yeah, they had like an extra backstage, didn't they? I guess it was his car. You're right. Yeah, he threw him through a table and now his car's ruined. But hey, it was all for the greater good because it gave us a great little segment. Talking of great segments, we move into the main, not main event because it wasn't a match, but the main segment, I guess you can say, and what closed the show. They advertised it all week. CM Punk versus Roman Reigns versus Seth Rollins was going to be signed on the dotted line on SmackDown. And we kept joking about it on the preview tonight. Look, WWE contract signings, we all know what they are. They even play into it themselves as wrestlers. Thankfully, that's what we got. But first of all, what we got before the mayhem was Roman Reigns came out. The fans appreciated him. They started doing the Roman Reigns chant, like the Cody Rhodes chant we saw earlier on. Signs his name on the dotted line and also has a bit of fun with it. He says, I love that you're singing to the tribal chief. He puts the microphone in Paul Heyman's face. He sings along as well, which was so funny. Looked like they were really having a good time out there. And I think the fans would have really appreciated that as well. Then Seth Rollins comes out talking about a sing song. The fans, of course, singing along to his song as much as you can without lyrics anyway. But the OTC's ones in the air were quite impressive, as Gary refers to. Seth Rollins is calm at this point. He's basically talking about the Shield and the history. And Roman cuts him off and says, basically, why you keep bringing that up? Like, let go. You know, there's no we anymore. Like, I built this place now. Seth Rollins does sign, and then, what do you know, the static pops, and CM Punk makes his way to the ring to Cult of Personality. Goosebumps hit because it was a great sing-song once again, and all these European shows again have had some great karaoke sessions, it would seem. CM Punk comes out, and he's a little bit different with the contract signing. He doesn't just go for it. He starts fumbling through it, as Roman Reigns says. And he's like, what are you doing? You don't need to. Go to page 4. Like, it's quite funny in itself. But it turns out he was looking for something. And Paul Heyman says, it is in there. What you requested, it is in there. You are going to main event WrestleMania. Now, at this point, the fans go wild. They start giving you deserve it chants. CM Punk gets teary. Roman Reigns starts laughing at this, and Seth Rollins is livid. He is fuming. He doesn't like the fact that CM Punk's going to main event WrestleMania. He sees it as a privilege, as an honor, which, yeah, it is. And he's like, I've done it before, and he likes having that one up against CM Punk. So even to spite himself, Rollins doesn't want to be in the main event of WrestleMania because it means Punk won't either, which I think is a cool little layer to this story that they're telling here. And there are so many layers to this story. And those layers become deeper as the contract gets signed, because CM Punk says, that's not the favor. He says thank you to London. Thank you to Chicago and Louisville, Kentucky for, making him and things like that. And the fans around the world and chanting his name for 10 years, basically in reference to Seth Rollins at this point, who's irate, but then turns over and says, as to say, that's not the favor. What's the favor? They fade to black and we don't know. What is the favor, guys? Really, really looking forward to seeing it. I thought, as I said on the watch along, this is something that they've just kind of kept in their back pocket and they're going to decide what it is at a later date. I feel like they must know what it is, because otherwise they had a get out of jail card here, and not taking it is risky if they genuinely still haven't got one. and they could have used it as a really good one there, that he made that happen. As in, his advocate, I guess, Paul Heyman. But I do think this is all leading towards the Seth Rollins heel turn. I've said it time and time again. He's acting like a heel anyway. He's got reason to. He's livid with both guys. He doesn't get the same respect the other two guys. He gets the chant, and then as soon as the other two come along, it's a brand new shiny toy. It feels like Seth Rollins is thrown to the side. And he's got so much to be annoyed about. And we've not seen that. We've not seen him as a Paul Heyman guy. We've seen the other two, and that's what feels like the story. The story's playing into at the moment. That Paul Heyman is torn. I think he's going to be pulled in a completely different direction. But we'll touch on that more as we get closer to WrestleMania. I'd love to know what you guys think of that theory. I know some of you agree. You've been mentioning it tonight and on last week's streams as well. And it'd be great once we get more of the Rebellious Noise crew on the build-up shows for WrestleMania in particular, as we do break down that card once it is cemented. But we've finally got this one in the books. And a twist at the end is not the favor. Casper says CM Punk, Seth Rollins, and Reigns was a great segment. It can't main event. I get it, but Cena and Cody should main event night 2. Could do night 1, but not night 2. It's a more interesting segment. Look, I think as well, Cena and Cody should be night 2. This could be night 1, but I actually would still prefer to see Jey Uso and Gunther in night 1. Or, there's still room for something else. And I feel like look, they're main eventers, but that's never been the problem for CM Punk. The problem for CM Punk was he won in the title match. That was the match to close WrestleMania. And that was the main event. And even when he had the title, I don't think he was ever in the main event at WrestleMania or, used like that. And, a lot of times if you had certain titles, you'd open the show rather. And that still happens today as well. The other one's the main event in title sort of thing. So we'll see. Casper says a heel turn. I agree for Paul Heyman. Seth being a Paul Heyman guy. Yeah, I think it'll be great as well. I'm really looking forward to that possibly actually happening. Now, we also saw, as I mentioned earlier on the start of this review, 2 segments of mysterious characters coming to WWE. One gave us a clear answer, and one gave us more clues. Let's touch on the clear answer one straight away. Penta is not alone. His brother has arrived in WWE, or will be arriving at least next week on SmackDown, because Rey Fenix is a SmackDown superstar. So again, he won't be with his Lucha brother, who's over on Raw, but I'm really interested to see how they use him and how they use him separately from Penta as well, because I assumed they were going to bring him in to be involved with this Chad Gable storyline, but no, either with Chad or with Penta, but no, they're going to keep them completely separate. So how do you promote as WWE 2 luchas who are very different? Don't get me wrong, but generally speaking, WWE have only really ever had room for 1, maybe 2 luchas, and the second lucha has always been seen as the new Rey Mysterio. We saw it with Sin Cara. We kind of started seeing it with Dragon Lee, who's now with Rey Mysterio. And they've done a better job, I've got to say, in recent years of using multiple luchadors in recent years, Penta is so different to Rey. And I think they've finally seen that they can do that. So hopefully Rey Fenix is going to have a great run in WWE as well. Casper, very much looking forward to seeing his debut again next week on SmackDown. So the vignette basically showed this foggy image again, but it also went closer up. We saw his tattoos, we saw his gear, and we saw his mask. And then we basically saw his face in that mask in the graphic that just clearly told us once and for all, Rey Fenix is coming to SmackDown next week. So really excited for that, guys. And hope you guys are as well. Let me know in the comments if you're looking forward to the debut of Rey Fenix in WWE. Then we got a continuation of those kind of spooky promos. And now remember, when these first debuted, these promos, they came on the same night. They were very different styles, so they felt like different people, but we weren't entirely sure. But the second person always seemed to be maybe Aleister Black. And we got this number 4. And just some smoke. And that was it. We basically got the same last week. But this week, we got some more. We saw a figure. Now, a few screenshots here as well. We saw a shadow here. This time, Roman numerals. I thought I saw Roman numerals of 4 again. But here I'm seeing 25. Then we saw that figure again, this time a hooded figure. And what sold it for me was this image here, a candle. Now, if you remember Aleister Black's entrance in the early days of NXT, he'd come up like Dracula, incredible theme song, and candles lit around the ramp. Is this Aleister Black? I think it's got to be. Also got a reference to a snake here as well, and I'm sure people are going to break this down further and try and connect the dots and why it does link to Aleister Black, or maybe even someone else. Maybe it's not Aleister Black. But even going into Royal Rumble, there were rumors about Aleister Black. There were also rumors that his contract wasn't up and that it wouldn't be possible. But I just wanted to see it, and I want his old theme song back, and I wanted that at the Rumble. But if contracts don't align, then fair enough. But I'm hoping we're going to see Aleister Black here very, very soon in the WWE. Maybe it'll be before WrestleMania. Maybe it'll be at WrestleMania. I'm glad we've got one of these surprises kind of dealt with straight away. Rey Fenix has been announced. Now, the other one could be the mystery and carry on being that kind of suspicious character, essentially, in the misty video. Now, it turns out that smoke, I guess, is from the candle and the flame that we saw in that vignette. Still not sure what the numbers mean, though. But again, really, really looking forward to this possibly being a return to WWE for Aleister Black. And it's funny, isn't it? And this isn't a dig on AEW or anything like that. I am a fan of AEW. I have to be honest, though. WWE is where it's at the moment. A few years ago, that wasn't the case. And I wanted AEW to capture Aleister Black because I wanted to see him in a new environment, and I was excited to see what he could do there. Did he have a good run there? I'd say a good run. The House of Black was cool. Could it have been better? Yeah. Was it what I expected it to be? No. So, all of a sudden, you want him in a new environment again. And it's just funny how that works with WWE and AEW. Same as back in the day with WWF and WCW. Going all the way back to NWA and the territories as well. Putting someone in a new environment suddenly changes everything. So, yeah, really looking forward to this potentially being Aleister Black. But if it's not Aleister Black, then, guys, who do you think it is? Does this figure remind you of anyone? I'm sure I've seen Aleister Black wear cloaks and kind of hoods and things like this before. And again, the candle reminds me of Aleister Black as well. I'm looking forward to it. And I'm hoping he's got his old theme song, because that is a tune. Casper says, and a return for Aleister Black is possibly that number 4. Got to be Black, says Gary. Casper agrees. It's got to be Aleister Black. And Gary says, Black return. Cut out moment for WrestleMania. Could be at WrestleMania. It could be, or it could be in the weeks leading to it. We're a few weeks away from it at the moment, but we are starting to get more and more clues as to who it was that they were alluding to in that promo. Now, not only that, there was some audio as well. Now, I can't play it for copyright reasons. So let me just try and, I'm going to listen back in my headphones and try and repeat what I hear. I don't know what he said there. I can't get that either. And again, I don't. That last bit is either you will be or it's you or something. Maybe just don't say what you know. But people online are starting to speculate that it is Aleister Black. Also, speculation is the 4 and the 25. It could be that he debuts on the 25th of April. So I'm seeing a lot of people suggest that at the moment. 25th of April is a SmackDown. And it is the week after WrestleMania. It's the SmackDown after Mania. Now, there was a few years ago, they were trying to make the SmackDown after Mania a thing, like Raw after Mania. And it didn't really have the same edge. They did a few cool things on it. But to be fair, Raw after Mania has kind of slipped off in recent years. So if we actually do get a big surprise on the SmackDown after Mania, then that'll be something really cool to look forward to. As Gary says, a blackout moment in the stadium. And then his theme song hits. That would be cool at WrestleMania. But yeah, I think the numbers, as people speculating online, it looks like it might actually be relating to SmackDown itself. But either way, looking forward to seeing back. But that brings us towards the end of the show, guys. We've touched on all the big kind of stories to come out of it. It's been a great, great night of covering SmackDown in depth. Again, if you haven't already and you want to watch it along with myself, you can check that out on the earlier part of the stream if you're watching live. Or if you're watching on demand, I appreciate there's people out there in the States who haven't watched it yet, or maybe you've got work and whatever else, other commitments. If you are yet to watch SmackDown and you want to watch it in depth, you can do it with myself by watching the watch along on this very channel as well. Casper says it wasn't. I can see your typo there. Don't worry, it wasn't a bad show. Wasn't negative, but tiring. But it did pick up again. Yeah, quite an exciting show. Yeah, we talked about that, didn't we, Casper? 3 hours long is a bit of a slug, but again, to their credit, look at me. The show's been over and I'm now hyped up. So it's been really good. It's been a pleasure, says Gary. Yeah, it's been a pleasure having you on board once again, mate. Appreciate all the people that have been commenting tonight, from the preview to the watch along to here on the instant reaction review, and to those that I'm sure will drop their thoughts in the comments below on the on-demand versions as well. We again started out with the watch along earlier on. Thank you so much to everyone that joined us for that. You've been watching the instant reaction review. We're going to be back for Monday Night Raw. It is the last leg of the European Tour. Of course, the Road to WrestleMania Tour, which has been so good, especially for us here in Europe, where we've been able to watch it at a reasonable time, even if you're not at the show. I want to say thank you to Danny for sending in clips from the show tonight. Thank you to Lucas that did the same for Barcelona as well. But yeah, looking forward to Raw. And as Casper said, this show was a bit better than Raw. I think it was actually quite a lot better than Monday Night Raw. But yeah, you're right. It was better than Raw. Raw wasn't a bad show, but it was, yeah, this I really, really enjoyed. It's just the length, because Raw was at a better length for me. Speaking of Raw, though, as I say, we'll be back for next week's Raw, the last of the European shows. Really hoping it's a good one and that they're going to go out with a bang. But you can tell, though, as we get closer to WrestleMania, these feuds are heating up and they're willing to start putting the trigger on these things. And it's been good to see that in Europe. We've seen titles change hands. We've seen kind of shocking moments and you know, hints of turns and things like that. Great promos, great matches, and let's hope we go out, as I say, with a bang on Monday Night Raw. We've got John Cena and Cody Rhodes again on Raw. Interesting. It's been interesting, hasn't it? Let's see what they do. If you want to know my thoughts on that, again, you can see our instant reactions to the previous Raws on this very channel as well. But this has been the SmackDown instant reaction review. I've been Scott. You've been watching the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. Gary says, hope you enjoy the rest of your night, mate. You too, Gary. Been a real pleasure, as I say. And again, thank you to everyone that tuned in, whether live or on demand, those commenting, those lurking in the background. We appreciate you either way. And yeah, we'll be back for Monday Night Raw. All right, so that was our SmackDown review. But as we say there, we are back for Monday Night Raw. You're watching the Monday Night Raw watch along for March the 31st, 2025. Really excited to get this one going. Of course, there is quite a fun card to run through. We'll talk about some of the highlights here, the things that have been announced once again. John Cena, as we mentioned there on the SmackDown review, is going to be face-to-face with Cody Rhodes once again. It's the third week in a row. Will we get more of the same, or will we get a little bit more progression and understanding really as to why Cena did what he did? I mean, they've kind of given us that, but there's not really been any mention of The Rock. Could we even see The Rock show up tonight? Let us know what you think is going to happen on Monday Night Raw. As I say, very interested to hear your thoughts. Jimmy Uso is facing off against Gunther in a match where he is essentially, like I say earlier on, trying to put a dent, it would seem, into the plans of Gunther's kind of WrestleMania preparations, and of course therefore help his brother Jay. Jimmy and Jay, of course, teamed up this time last week on Monday Night Raw in Glasgow as Jay's surprise partner. So Jimmy Uso very much aligned with his brother once again. I got some comments here from Mark. Says looks like Karrion Kross's deal expires this year according to Fightful, and also says looks like we could be getting a new title according to I guess what people are saying on X. Okay, so first of all, the Karrion Kross thing. Well, let's hope they do something with him. You know, it seems like in the past few months he's kind of started to get the ball rolling again and tried different things, and they've all, to me at least, been quite enjoyable. It was a real shame that they chopped down his faction by getting rid of some of the members, and then changing direction as well. It looked like he was going to go into a storyline with a White Six. That didn't seem to happen. So it doesn't seem to be that they don't want to do stuff with him, but then the things they do pick for him seem to maybe fall apart around him. I don't know. It's kind of confusing. So we'll see about that. As far as the new title goes, I haven't really seen anything about that, Mark. So that'd be interesting to see what they do. It feels like WWE got a lot of titles at the moment. What could be the newest title that they bring? I know, was it TNA are looking to bring a new title as well? So maybe maybe we'll see more news breaking on that in the coming hours and of course coming days, and we'll try and cover it as much as we can on this channel. Now, of course, I mentioned earlier on as well, we've got Logan Paul's return to Monday Night Raw tonight as well. He's going to be in London and is going to essentially call out AJ Styles for all kind of intents and purposes, judging by the preview. So it'd be interesting to see what happens there. Will they get physical? Will it be just kind of a microphone back and forth? Either way, it'd be exciting, I'm sure, for those in London to see AJ and Logan Paul turn the heat up essentially on their rivalry and take that step closer to what is surely going to be a match at WrestleMania. That's the good thing, though, guys. It's starting to heat up. Again, I said it on the SmackDown review you would have been watching just a moment ago. It is starting to heat up, WrestleMania. We're slowly starting to feel like these matches are coming together. A lot of the card has been obvious, but we kind of just wanted confirmation and progression. And now we're starting to get that. And I think the European Tour has been a strange one because it's been newsworthy, but at the same time, it felt like certain things they were certainly holding back on. But then also, WrestleMania is about 2-3 weeks later than it usually is. So maybe it just feels like everything else has been delayed because of that. And maybe it's not really, because again, we're just under 3 weeks away. So this is really when we do start to get things confirmed, I guess. But that's the way things are running at the moment. Another match on tonight's Raw that we have to look forward to is Penta and the Intercontinental Champion Braun Breaker going off against two members of the Judgment Day in Finn Balor and Dominic Mysterio. Now, this one's going to be interesting because, again, it feels like a fatal four-way is brewing between these four. Penta nearly won the title last week, and nearly joined the Judgment Day, if you want to believe Dominic's kind of attempts. Didn't work out. Finn Balor basically come back and took control, made Finn look really good, I felt. And it kind of helped them get out of the weird kind of booking, corner they got themselves in through booking, because Penta felt like, well, if he's in this match, he's got to win it, right? Like, because they've done so much with kind of getting him over. But Braun, it felt like it'd be a detriment of Braun. I think Braun losing at WrestleMania is not that bad. It's, again, another 3 weeks without title, not that bad. But it feels like surely this match is going to lead into some sort of shenanigans where they eventually have these four facing off against each other at WrestleMania. Now, guys, let me know in the comments what you think is going to happen on Monday Night Raw tonight. And also, what did you think of SmackDown in London as well? Of course, it again is at the same venue that we saw SmackDown from on Friday night. So it'd be great to know what you thought of that show. And again, what you think of Monday Night Raw as it kind of rolls through tonight. We're about 40 minutes away from Monday Night Raw starting. You're here for the preview, essentially. And in about 40 minutes' time, the show will begin and will be your watch-along companion as well, giving you play-by-play commentary and going through all the biggest kind of debates, and topics that are going on essentially throughout the show and all the news that breaks from it. Then after that, we're going to hit you with an instant reaction review. It's something we've been trying to do on all of these European shows, just to kind of break down all the big stories, as I say, once we get out of here with the watch-along. Now, I'll be on this very stream, though. If you're watching live, if you're watching on demand, you can also find it on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling YouTube channel. Now, Cody Burris is in the house. Good to see you, mates. It's almost time for the countdown to start. We're getting pretty close to Monday Night Raw. Of course, as I say, 40 minutes away from the show kicking off. It's been great, as I say, though, to cover these European shows in detail. We don't usually get to do this because, as you may be able to guess from my accent and from my England attire, I am in merry old England. So we usually have to watch these shows between about 1 and 4 a.m. And it is difficult, therefore, to cover them in depth as much as we'd like to. So thankfully, these European shows have given us the opportunity to not only do watch-alongs, but also, again, hit you with instant reaction reviews, talking about all the breaking news and the big stories coming out of the shows. And as we are doing at this very moment in time, hit you with a bit of a preview and recap all the big stories from the past few days as we do head into Monday Night Raw. So it's been really good to kind of get involved. Aiden's in the house. Says hello, everyone. Hey, Aiden, how you doing? And Cody Burris is next week back to normal time. Yeah, I know it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. Again, not only just, I probably won't watch as many live, of course, but I won't be covering it as in depth as well because of other commitments, got to get up the next day for other work, you know, and other kind of projects. So it's a little bit of a tough one. But look, as we head into WrestleMania, we're going to bring you extra content anyway, as we always do in this period. We've got a lot of great stuff on the channel if you haven't seen it already. And yeah, we'll give you kind of a rundown of all the kind of exciting stories heading into WrestleMania. And, you know, we always do a big PLE build-up shows as well. So night 1 and night 2, we'll be covering the show in depth like that as well. Aiden says the crowd is getting busy. Of course, Aiden is out there in London tonight, tuning in. Great to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Hope you've enjoyed your day in London so far. And yeah, hopefully you're going to have a good show, mate. I think it's going to be... quite an eventful one because it is the last of the European tour. I do think it's going to be one that WWE are going to want to go out with a bang for. And again, they've given us some quite noteworthy stories on the tour so far. This is the 6th show, I believe. Yeah, 3 Monday Night Raws and 3 Friday Nights SmackDowns as well. So I do think it's going to be one that they're going to look to again go out with a bang with, essentially. Mark says, Aiden, hopefully they have energy drink tonight. We need a louder pop. I think SmackDown's crowd was great, to be honest. I mean, there is one issue with the sing-songs. WWE milk it too much, in my opinion. And I think I've noticed a little bit of fan discourse online where people getting annoyed with the European fans. Like where, I guess I'm not there, but, you know, I've been there before in this situation, but we overtake the show and want to be the star. And I can understand why people feel that way. But the problem is WWE want to get the most out of these crowds, and they end up milking it too far, as they often do with a lot of things, to be honest. It kind of feels a bit shoved down your throat and kind of not genuine, because every fan base is going to want to one up the other now. So it starts to take away a little bit. But at the same time, if we take it for what it is, the fans are rowdy, they're excited, and I think it does bring a great kind of new, fresh energy. And a lot of these songs and chants will continue when they leave Europe. So yeah, it'll be good to see how the Americans kind of pick up again next week. Aiden's hopping back out and going to jump back in when he can. Thank you so much, mate. Great to have you out there. As again, a bit of a roaming reporter as well. Cody's getting Netflix fired up and ready for the show. Main event as in the TV show. I thought you meant the main event. I was like, I'm a few hours late. Okay, mate. Enjoy that. Mark says, Aiden, that's still a thing. Apparently so, Mark. I don't know who watches it. Clearly, Mark doesn't. When you watch a video of Punk's entrance, the crowd's dead. What do you mean? What, on SmackDown? Would you say that? I think they sang quite a bit, but they'd already sung their hearts out for Seth Rollins and, you know, and all that and sing. I think the bit where Roman was lapping it up and laughing with Paul Heyman was hilarious. But again, it's a 3-hour show. This is the problem with Raws and SmackDowns, in my opinion. Again, I said it on the SmackDown review, guys. To me, great shows, way too long. You start to dip between the 2nd and 3rd hour, and then you hope something big drags you out of it at the end. And they usually do, but man, from 2 hours to about 2.5 at least, I think you end up feeling like, oh, how much longer have we got here? So it's a little bit of a pain. Right, Mark says on SmackDown you can hear the crowd with a fan feel of the video. They are dead. Oh, not great. Then maybe where that fan was sitting wasn't coming across too well. We did have some clips from a friend I knew that was there as well from earlier in the night, and it was really loud. The Cody Rhodes stuff really loud. Randy Orton entrance really loud. But again, 3 hours later, maybe people are a little bit tired. Cody says, have I got Netflix ready? You know what? That's a great reminder, mate. Not quite. Yeah, I'm getting it ready. I'm going to get it ready because there's no good me giving you this watch-along experiences if I'm not watching the show, right? So we got to be here for that. Christopher Leclerc says Tanga Loa is expected to be back in June. Those are the rumors at the moment, I guess. And look, I'm looking forward to it. I know Tanga Loa gets a lot of kind of jokes and memes about him online, but I actually quite enjoy him, and I really like Gorillas of Destiny. So more he can give, and it'd be interesting to see the dynamic when they do bring him back in, because of course at the moment Solo Sikoa and Tama Tonga seem to be really struggling to keep a grasp on Jacob Fatu. Now, again, let me know, guys, what you think is going to happen on Monday Night Raw. Are you excited for this last stop on the European Road to WrestleMania Tour? I am. And yeah, I think we're going to get a fun show. Now, something interesting we got out of SmackDown was the announcement of a change coming to the Hall of Fame. And I was quite shocked with this announcement. Still not 100% sure how to feel about this announcement, but they did announce that they are going to now start to induct immortal moments, or matches, essentially. I assume there will be moments such as next segments and things like that as well. But I'm going to throw it over to my reaction. You'll see at the very moment I found out that this was going to be a thing. So here we go. This is taken from our watch along from the. Here, they used to blur this or make it black and white because of the blood. Like when they showed it on like TV and stuff. Not anymore. The PG era is over. A little bit of Ken Shamrock action there as well. Is this just simply to promote WrestleMania? Oh, what's this? What? WWE now inducting matches, immortal moments. So they're going to induct the match between Stone Cold and Bret Hart. I mean, this will give the Hall of Fame life for a long, long while, right? This is going to give it legs. How many matches can they put in the Hall of Fame? Now we've got to start debating what matches deserve to be in the Hall of Fame and what moments. So, like the obvious stuff, DX invading WCW that they want to play every, few months, it seems, when they want to talk about nostalgic things. The Rock's birthday celebration with Mankind. Mankind won the title. Randy Savage versus Ricky Steamboat. Hogan and Andre at WrestleMania 3 as well. Is that what we're going to do? We're just going to start. I mean, to be honest, it's a great money spinner because you get all those stars back to have another moment, sell more tickets, and get another moment in the sun. I mean, how many times could you become a Hall of Famer with this? If you got a career like Austin's or Brett's, you could become like a 25-time Hall of Famer. Okay, well, there we go. The Hall of Fame has got a new format added to it, guys. It's not just the main induction. It's not just the celebrity wing anymore, or the Warrior Award, or the legacy inductions. We're now getting immortal moment inductions. Oh, wow. All right, really looking forward to covering this year's Hall of Fame. So I got to be honest, it's hyped me up for it. So, wow, what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. But yeah, I'm even more excited about the Hall of Fame now, and I think it's something they needed. It's a shot in the arm that the Hall of Fame needed. I keep saying, moving it away from the same venue as SmackDown's a great idea. Moving it away from the same night as SmackDown would be even better. And again, we've got a video on this very channel on how we believe you can fix the Hall of Fame. But I never thought they'd be starting to induct matches and moments. So, wow, there we have it. All right, so there we do have it. As I say, inducting matches under the tag of immortal moments. Guys, what do you think of that? Are you a fan? And would it make you want to watch the Hall of Fame more? I mean, it brings up so much debate now, doesn't it, guys? It brings up so much debate about people going in again, matches going in, and why not this match, and the criteria for it and stuff like that. And then, as I said in that clip there, you're going to get, people potentially going into the Hall of Fame or having something inducted related to their career in the Hall of Fame about 20, 25 times, potentially. But yeah, so it'd be interesting to see what they do. Like, is this going to be a once a year thing, like a one match a year? Maybe next year we only get one as well. I don't think they should overdo it. I think to keep it exciting and fresh, and make it last longer, and again have all these guys be able to come back and appear at the Hall of Fame, you want to do one a year. I don't think you need to have any more than that. Cody says the countdown has started on Netflix. Okay, that's it, because we are half an hour away from Monday Night Raw kicking off. Thank you very much, Cody. It's starting in half an hour. Again, I'm watching at a reasonable time, so that's quite good for me. It's 7:30 in the evening here in the UK. And again, thankfully, it means we get to cover these shows a little bit more in depth. Christopher says, Tangaloa has been out since November after he got injured in the War Games Survivor Series. Yeah, it has been quite a little bit of time already, isn't it? Caught up, 4 or 5 months now? And if you say June, that's a few more to go, of course. Quite an injury then. Christopher also says, Bayley and Sasha Banks are future Hall of Famers. I would say that's for sure, mate. I think all of the 4 horsewomen, no doubt, are Hall of Fame worthy. Of course, Sasha at the moment in a rival company, but I'm sure in the future things will be in a position where they'll be able to kind of induct her rightfully into the Hall of Fame. As Cody says, we're about 28 minutes away, from Monday Night Raw starting. Looking forward to a good show. Let's run through the card just again for those that are just joining us. Tonight we're going to get another connection between Cody Rhodes and John Cena, but will there be physical contact between the two this time? It feels like that's what's been lacking in their segments lately. We'll see if there's any kind of difference here, or maybe even a surprise appearance from the Great One. Talking of Great Ones, we've got the Great One's cousin, Jimmy Uso, going up to defend the honor of his twin brother, Jay Uso, against Gunther. As I say, maybe trying to put a dent in Gunther's preparation for that World Heavyweight Championship defense at WrestleMania. Talking of World Heavyweight titles, we've got the Women's World title being defended tonight by Io Sky against Rhea Ripley. And as you can see from the graphic, the special guest referee is none other than the EST of WWE, now the REF, Bianca Belair. Now, Bianca Belair is probably just going to ruin this match, right? Surely it's just going to go into chaos and become a triple threat. If Rhea somehow wins this title and Io gets kicked out of the storyline, that would be a massive shame. Look, I've said it since the start of this feud and this story has begun. Rhea versus Bianca is the marquee match. You know, if you're looking generationally and someone says two people from that era, they face off against each other, you know, a Rock and Austin type situation, I think you'd be looking at them for the women's division at this moment in time. Not saying Io doesn't deserve to be in there, but Io's the kind of, I don't know, triple threat in this kind of situation where, a Triple H, I should say, in this triple threat. There we go. Twisting words. Where she's a big star in this period as well. But it's, you know, maybe the other two that you picture being on the billboard against each other at least. But look, it'd be a shame if she's kicked out of this, especially because she is the champion at the moment. And if she loses, surely she deserves a rematch as well. Christopher says AEW doesn't have a Hall of Fame. I wouldn't be surprised if they get one in the future. But either way, I think we're a long, long way away from Sasha Banks being inducted into a Hall of Fame. So we'll see. Cody says she's gonna turn heel soon. I assume you're talking about Bianca Belair there. That's what I think is most likely in this graphic, at least. I think Rhea's been a bit of a heel lately herself, but Bianca's certainly started to act like a heel, and I've been saying it for ages, guys. You'll know if you're a follower of this channel. I think Bianca's part of the whole situation with Jade. I think we haven't got the end of that story just yet. I think Naomi and Jade is going to be one thing, and Bianca will be revealed as part of the plan as well. Go back to Monday Night Raw, though. We've got this to look forward to. AJ Styles is in the house. He's going to be called out, it would seem, by Logan Paul. Again, heating up their feud, heading into WrestleMania. And this here already looks like a triple fatal four-way match, and I think that's where we're going with it, guys. It'd be interesting to see Finn and Dominic going against each other at WrestleMania if that's the case, but it does feel like that's where we're going with this storyline. Penta, of course, nearly won the title last week against Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker managed to get away with the championship, but all because of the shenanigans surrounding the Judgment Day. So tonight, we got a tag match between the two. Now, again, if you haven't already, guys, if you want to know my thoughts on all the big stories coming out of SmackDown, it's on this very channel as well. Our instant reaction review is on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling YouTube channel, and we'll also hit you with an instant reaction review once Raw is finished. Again, we're about 25 minutes away from Raw starting now. You're here for the watch-along experience. We'll talk about everything that goes on the screen, give you play-by-play analysis, and kind of talk about all the big stories and react to the big moments on the show. But at the end of the show, we're also going to gather our thoughts and hit you with a nice little review as our instant reaction review comes to you live from the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. Now, again, we're 25 minutes away from Monday Night Raw beginning, I should say. Let me know in the comments what do you think is going to happen. Cody says, what is CM Punk's favor? Of course, we did end SmackDown on that cliffhanger, as you mentioned there. What is that favor? It looked like it was to get him into the main event. And it looks like he's got what he wanted there, but he basically said at the end he dropped a bombshell or a pipe bomb, you could say. That's not the favor. So what is the favor, guys? We'll see how it goes. Christopher says, prediction, Finn Balor gets pinned. Are we talking tonight or are we talking WrestleMania? I guess WrestleMania is not in the books yet, so let's go with tonight. Yeah, maybe, and that kind of start something off between him and Dominic, you know, and means that's why they're both in the match. Now, again, Monday Night Raw is coming to you live from the O2 Arena in London. I know we've got Aiden, of course, been watching our watch-alongs for the past few weeks, all these European shows. I'm very excited about the fact that he's out there in London watching tonight's Monday Night Raw. So he's been dropping in and out of the comments. So it's good to see him as well. But again, I want to know the reaction from those like me watching from home. Are you in the mood for Monday Night Raw, and what are you most excited for on this edition of Monday Night Raw? Now, as I say, it's coming to you live from the O2, and also SmackDown came to us live from the O2, but that London venue has also hosted a special WWE and UFC Megastore that's been there for just about a week at the moment, and it's closing today. But I went down to the Megastore the other day to have a little look around and let you guys know what it's all about. And I really do think that WWE should open a permanent store in a city like London. But what we're going to do now is throw it over to my review of the WWE Superstore at the O2.
For the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. Today it's something a little bit different. I'm outside the O2 Arena. That's because I've been to the official WWE UFC Megastore. Got myself a little goodie as well. That's the UFC soundtrack. There we go, WWE as well. We are here at the O2. There's another event on tonight, but I've come here a few days before the two O2 Arena shows, Raw and SmackDown, of course, coming live from London once again. Really excited to see what they bring here to the capital of the country again. But today it was all about, again, going to see what they had in the store. Now, there were a lot of great items. At the same time, I think it could have had more. It depends what you're here for, right? If you're into wrestling figures, you didn't have any of that there. If you're into pop vinyls, you had a fair few. If you're into t-shirts, then you have loads. Some nice little kind of trinkets here and there as well. I gotta say the prices are way more than I expected, even though I knew I was going to be at an arena, and I've seen what arena prices are these days at shows themselves. It was still more than I actually expected, but still some quality merchandise in there as well. It's just a little bit more expensive than the days I was buying wrestling t-shirts a bit more frequently. But as I say, cool products inside there. Play some of the footage over the top here. Of course, you can see just exactly what I'm talking about. Some great UK specific and London specific merch as well. As you expect these days, you always get the London 316. Now when Cody goes anywhere, there's a specific Cody Rhodes shirt, you know, flavored in that country's colors as well. And this time around with the John Cena final tour, you are getting some specific John Cena merch as well. We've seen it in Brussels, we've seen it in Glasgow, and let me tell you, we've got it here in London as well. This is what the London merchandise looks like for John Cena. Still quite interesting that he's wearing this sort of merch at the moment. It'd be interesting to see if he wears this at Raw in London. I'm sure he will, because again, he's done it in Brussels and in Glasgow so far. But hey, that's another conversation for another day. I actually did buy something, as you can see here. I'm gonna reveal that on the stream. We did a watch along for SmackDown from this very venue. So stay tuned and you'll see what I brought. Now, what this does make me think of is the fact that WWE have never had a permanent store in a place like London. It would be great to see something like that. I thought this for a long time, and when you come here and you see something like this, you think, you know what, they could put even more into this, kit it out, and it would be a kind of fan destination all year round. Look, you've got the UFC stuff to kind of push it a little bit further as well. Of course, this time around it's because they've got the UFC having shows here in London as well, but you don't even need that stuff. If I'm honest, I think a WWE store on its own could do really well. Now, what we saw here as far as variety, again, a lot of cool products, but at the same time, I don't know how much more it is in comparison to what you just see at a normal show when there's like a big merch stand, for example. I don't know if I'd say you're going to get any kind of gems here, but again, it depends what you're looking for. I'm not big in the collecting game for pop vinyls or any of that sort of stuff, so there might be something here that you do think, wow, I got to get there and see if I can get my hands on that. Again, some of the show specific shirts are cool as well, and yeah, that's only going to be really linked to the O2 shows. I also noticed as well, it was suspiciously dark. Quite strange in there as far as the lighting goes. Not sure why that was. If you want to find it though, as soon as you head into the O2 itself, chuck a right, walk down a little bit, and don't make the same mistake I did, where I went left up the escalators all the way around the outlet and basically all the way around the O2 to find it. But actually it wasn't that hard to find if I had turned right. Essentially, once you do turn right, you start seeing signage to tell you where to go. So pretty straightforward if you take the right instead of the left, essentially. But yeah, pretty cool. Really enjoyed my little trip here. Again, I'm going to show off what I've bought on the stream, so make sure you subscribe if you haven't already and you tune into that one. I've been Scott for the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. We'll see you in the next one.
All right, so there it was, my review of the WWE Superstore in London. What did you think of it, guys? Is it something that you think that they should make a permanent addition to somewhere like the O2 or any other kind of big city around the world? I do think it is something I think, would be profitable, beneficial. Every time WWE came to London, for example, you could host events, and especially if they are going to bring back things like NXT Europe or something like that. Again, NXT UK. Remember those days? It could have been so much more. Right, so let's get into, again, what we're going to see tonight at the O2. I'm sure plenty of people have enjoyed that store tonight, but for us, it's all about the show ahead. Of course, Monday Night Raw, the final leg of the European Tour. Quite sad to see it go. But we've got John Cena and Cody Rhodes seeing each other in the ring, it would seem, tonight again. World title on the line. You got to imagine this is going to end in shenanigans, much like the tag team match as well. Which would be weird if two matches ended in shenanigans. Not great, but you got another talking segment promised at the moment as well. Logan versus AJ Styles. And Big Jim is going up against Gunther as well. Now, guys, let me know in the comments what you think is going to happen on Monday Night Raw. What you're most looking forward to on Monday Night Raw. And have you enjoyed this European tour so far? I say so far, it's the end of it. Like I say, it's a real shame to start wrapping up here, guys. It is something I've enjoyed doing, something different for the channel. Again, we don't usually do watch-alongs, but we'll do them around the time of reasonable shows. Usually the ones for us are the ones in Saudi or Australia or even European PLEs. We tend to try and hit you with more content surrounding them as well. But our bread and butter really is our main predictions and previews, our instant reactions, which we hit you with after PLEs, and also our build-up shows on the night PLEs, where we get us and yourselves hyped up in the mood for the PLE. Now, our next one is going to be the easiest job we've got, right? Trying to get people excited for WrestleMania. I don't think there's much need. It's one of the most exciting times of the year for wrestling fans. When you add in things like the Royal Rumble and Chamber, this whole period really so much fun. And again, we'll cover WrestleMania in depth and all the events surrounding it on this very channel. Also, we'll have we have plenty of content in the back catalogue for you to go and check out as well, including interviews with the likes of Bailey, interviews with the likes of Imperium. Of course, we're going to see the man who is there holding the IC title, but now holds the world title, Gunther, on tonight's Monday Night Raw, and also had great conversations with the likes of Finn Balor, also being featured tonight, and tonight's special guest referee, Bianca Belair. So if you haven't already, guys, please subscribe and check out more of our content. And again, as we get into WrestleMania season, it'll be a good time to let you know that we've got great videos on this channel relating to the Hall of Fame as well. You saw my thoughts earlier on about the extra kind of category they've added to the Hall of Fame. Well, Rob went in depth to talk about why Rey Mysterio had such an incredible Hall of Fame worthy career. We also talked about how you can fix the Hall of Fame, because in my opinion, it's lost its way in recent years. I think this announcement, the past few days, and of course the announcement that SmackDown will be at a different venue from the Hall of Fame, actually goes to fix some of these issues, but there is still more they can do, I think, to bring back that glory of yesteryear. Talking about glory, the Slammy Awards will take place this time at WrestleMania The World, I think it's called these days, what used to be Access. And again, I think that happened last year, but this is the point. It's not a very kind of newsworthy situation, because people didn't really know what was going on. So hopefully this year it's a bit more promoted, and hey, maybe we'll give you a little bit of content surrounding that as well. But tonight, again, it's all about Monday Night Raw. We got this huge tag match. We've got the world champion in action. We've got a world title on the line. And we are about 14 minutes away from Monday Night Raw actually starting. Again, if you haven't already, check out our review of Friday Night SmackDown. As you can see from the title there were tears, there were songs, and there were shocks on SmackDown. A really, really enjoyable show. And I'm hoping that tonight's show will bring us more of that. We also saw a continuation of the two kind of mysterious vignettes. One not as mysterious anymore, Penta has been announced as a WWE Superstar. Will be signing and joining SmackDown next week when it heads back to North America. But we also saw a lot relating to these mysterious vignettes as well. Number 4, which now appears to also have a 25 attached to it. And again, we mentioned that on our SmackDown review, but it's starting to look even more like Aleister Black now, and potentially a return, if it is him, on the SmackDown after WrestleMania, the 25th of April. Nearly said March there. We're still in March. It's clinging on. We're on the 31st of March at the moment. It's the last day of March. And before we head into April, let's hope it's not an April Fool's and we get a fun show tonight. You are watching the Monday Night Raw watch along from the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. Again, a great opportunity for us to be able to cover these shows in depth, seeing as they are European events. But like I say, guys, want to know what you think is going to happen on Monday Night Raw? What match are you looking forward to? And do you think we're going to go out with a bang as I'm expecting? As I say, we've had some big moments on these shows. Just Street Profits won the tag titles, of course. We've had some really fun matches. Axiom's debut in Barcelona as well. John Cena's first ever heel promo, or of this current reign at least. We also saw some great storyline progression, in my opinion, between Drew McIntyre and Damian Priest, especially with that insane spot on SmackDown with the car windshield. And yeah, looks like we are gearing up for WrestleMania well and truly now. We're also getting close to Monday Night Raw actually starting. We are just under 12 minutes away. And if you're new here, once again, please subscribe. All that fun stuff. Just over 11 minutes now. If you're watching live, that's when Raw will start. If you're watching on demand, you'll know when to sync up your stream, essentially, for what should be a fun Monday Night Raw. Now, whether it is fun or it ends up being an annoying one, we'll let you know. We're going to hit you with an instant reaction review straight after the show goes off the air. Last week, we had a great instant reaction review talking about the reunion of the Usos, of course, and the debut of a mysterious luchador, right? Shame on him, though. He took off the mask of Dragon Lee. Shame. In what was a really, really fun match. If we see those guys go out again tonight, or even that mysterious luchador, I think we're in for a treat. Not officially on the card at the moment. And again, we're about 10 minutes away now. Just going to check online, see if we've got any kind of news relating to tonight's show. Oh, actually, I've got something here. Let me see if I can share this for you guys. We mentioned earlier on, Aiden, one of our subscribers, is out there tonight in London at the O2. Let's see if I can get this up for you. We can see Aiden's view at the show. There we go. That's what Aiden can see tonight. As you can see, the fans are piling into the arena. And it looked pretty good the other night. I've got to say, we did have a big discussion about whether or not WWE were pricing out their fans because of the controversial tactics they seem to be using lately. But look, we understand some of the thought process behind it, but we're just trying to fully understand it when it seems like sometimes you can end up with empty seats. Now, I'm not saying that's the case here. Of course, the arena, I should say, is still filling up. And to their credit, SmackDown looked pretty full as well. But there certainly would have been some seats that could have been sold at a cheaper rate. Who knows? But there we go. Great to get that update from Aiden. And hopefully we'll get some more throughout the night. And it's been great on this European tour because we have had essentially roaming reporters sending us updates in Barcelona and in London. So again, we'll try and have a little bit more of that tonight. Now you are watching the Monday Night Raw watch along. And we are just under 9 minutes away. So, get your snacks ready. Get yourselves in the mood. Because Monday Night Raw is nearly upon us. Now, seeing as we're heading into WrestleMania season, just want to let you know about a video myself and Rob did a while back about the best and worst WrestleMania logos. If you're a big fan of wrestling design like we are, then that might be one that you do enjoy. We've also got a video on this channel about the live experience. Again, we've mentioned that Aiden is out there tonight at the O2, but myself and Rob were invited down to Wembley Arena about a year or so ago now. And we did a video basically talking about what the live experience is like these days for a WWE show. Now, I've also had the opportunity to interview the likes of Zelina Vega on this channel. She had a great kind of feature on SmackDown, of course. Looks like she's getting into a feud well and truly now with Chelsea Green and the Secret Harvest. Also from SmackDown as well, Mr. LA Knight, US champion, kept hold of his title, of course. We've got a great interview on this channel with him as well. Now, sadly, it wasn't new gold around the waist of Pretty Deadly, but they're great boys anyway. So once again, check out our interview with those two on this channel. Yes, boy. We are just over 6 minutes away from Monday Night Raw starting. And again, get your comments in, guys. I want to know what you think is going to happen on Monday Night Raw. What match, what moment, what segment are you most looking forward to? I'm excited to see what happens with Logan Paul and AJ Styles. I mean, I'm more excited about what match they can do at WrestleMania. I think it's going to be incredible. But what's going to happen tonight? Will they get physical, or will it be a bit of a insult fest back and forth between the two? So we're going to get physical. It looks like Big Jim's got a new special move now. It's the slap. Really hitting Gunther with the slap tonight. Not long from the show starting. And it definitely seems to be part of his character now, of course, that slap. Also got the women's title on the line. I'd be very surprised if there was a conclusive finish in this one, let alone a title change. Bianca Belair certainly seems to be acting a little bit more like a heel these days. And although she doesn't want Rhea involved in the match, I think her actions might lead to it. John Cena versus Cody Rhodes is surely going to main event night 2 of WrestleMania. And you would have seen on the stream, on the video, I should say, that I showed you earlier on, the review of the shop, that I did buy a bit of merch. I revealed it on the SmackDown stream, but there it is, guys. There it is. Can't believe I bought a piece of John Cena merch. But I thought, well, as the towel says, the last time is now. So there we go. I'm fully on board for this final run of who Michael Cole calls the greatest of all time. But I would certainly say is up there as one of the most important figures in WWE history. But how's his heel turn been, guys? Have you enjoyed it? Would you prefer it if he took the other route of changing his theme and his look like we all hoped? But as I've been saying on streams lately, I don't begrudge him for not doing that. I think he's actually decided not to do it because he wants us to be upset with him. He doesn't want to be the cool heel. But it'd be interesting to see what happens tonight, because I do think something more needs to happen in between Cody and John. It's certainly got a bit too quiet, and they haven't been physical enough. Not only that, we haven't even heard anything to do with The Rock. Now, imagine if The Rock showed up tonight. I would be gutted that I'm not there in the venue tonight. Hasn't worked out for me. Of course, I'm here instead doing a watch-along with you fine people, and I'm happy we're doing that. And as I say, these European shows are giving us a great opportunity to be able to do that. But yeah, it would be kind of jarring if The Rock's music hits and I think, oh man, I could have been there. But hey, these streams are important to me. And I'm really appreciative of everyone that's tuned in, as I say, whether it's been live or on demand. Thank you for your support for the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel over the past few years. We are just about 3 minutes away from Monday Night Raw beginning. So again, if you're watching live, we're nearly there. And if you're watching on demand, you know how to line up your stream. We're not very far at all. Now, I'm thinking tonight's show shouldn't be as long as SmackDown, right? The Raws have seemed to be a bit, not quicker, what's the word? Shorter, there we go, than the SmackDowns, because SmackDown needs to stick to TV times. It is on TV in America, while here in the UK, we get on Netflix. It's only Raw that is globally on Netflix, I believe. 2.5 minutes away from this edition of Monday Night Raw kicking off, though. And again, some great potential matches and moments on tonight's event. Two minutes away. Oh, I've just seen here something that Mark has sent us as well. Let's have a little look at this. Appreciate it, Mark. Let's have a look. So let me get that up on the screen. It's relating to rumors surrounding Monday Night Raw. So let's have a little closer look at this, actually. Let me put this full screen. Ringside News have sent a picture out that a fan has captured of a potential WWE Championship title spoiler for Raw goes live. So again, this is relating to what Mark told us in the comments earlier on. Could it be a new title? Could it be a redesign? It'd be weird if it was a redesign, because we've only just redesigned pretty much all of the titles in WWE, right? But wow, interesting. Let's see, guys. Will we get a new title on Monday Night Raw? What's that all about? Very interesting. We are 38 seconds away from Monday Night Raw kicking off, guys. Hope you got your snacks and your drinks ready. I certainly do, as I just dropped my coaster on the floor. I'll bend over so you can see my last time is now towel. And we are 10 seconds away, guys. Monday Night Raw about to begin from the O2 Arena in London, England. Here we go. All right, the event is about to start. We've hit 8 o'clock here in the UK. Our clocks went back, sort of technically yesterday, after midnight the day before. But I appreciate that's been a little harder even for those out in North America to watch this week's show, because they got used to the last times in Europe, and then it got changed again. But then again, I think they've stuck to the same ones, because it was in Barcelona and Brussels and Bologna, which are an hour different from us anyway. So I assume it's worked out basically the same, and that's why it's 8 o'clock for us now. Whereas those shows are all at 7, except for last week's SmackDown, which was also at 8. Here we go. Then now, Forever Together signature hits. Monday Night Raw is underway. Great aerial shot again of the River Thames. London Bridge in the foreground and Tower Bridge in the background. The Shard on the right. The O2 Arena from above. Just over there is where I grew up. England Ball's in the house. How you doing, mate? Thank you so much for joining us. Hope you're looking forward to Monday Night Raw. It's just started, of course. We can see a Rhea Ripley walking backstage now in a good mood. Dakota Kai walking with the women's champion Io Sky. One of these two women will face Bianca Belair, who is also wearing a lovely little kind of suit there, which it looks like a ref anyway. She should just wear that in the ring. Big boos there for Logan Paul. How are you? Good? So I'm great, mate. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're looking forward to Monday Night Raw. We can see Jimmy and Jay backstage now. So good to see them back together, isn't it? Yeet. I think Gunther's got to beat Jimmy tonight. And it's one thing showing that it's beatable, but for him to lose a match a few weeks before, probably not a good thing. I assume the boo was for Logan as well there. Big cheers from the fans in the O2. How are we starting this show, guys? Let's have a look. I reckon Cena again. Cena chance and Cena sucks. Huge. Biggest story. Still. It's got to be. Here we go. Instant cheer, but the boos come quickly after. It's such a strange time, isn't it? You know, like we saw the big boos in Brussels. And the John Cena sucks, which just felt more like heartfelt about being a heel rather than the kind of we're playing along. But it feels like we're going back to the playing along thing now. Big boo, says England Ball. Hold on. There's my one. Last time it was now. I nearly bought that one. It was double the price. The one he's holding there, 20 quid. That one, tenner. So I figured, look, I'm not that much of a fan. And also, I'm not at the show. And I thought I want something from the whole tour, his final run, not just from London. I was there, as I mentioned on the SmackDown stream, when he came back at Money in the Bank, and I was over the moon to see him. And for those that have watched me for a while, you know my kind of history of fandom and not so much fandom of John Cena as well, and how it's gone up and down over the years. But I do appreciate him. And I've been very excited to see what he's done as a heel. And I understand it. I'm not saying I would have booked it this way, or that I'm enjoying it as much as I thought I would. But something's got to happen tonight. Something's got to happen tonight of, substance. Boos there from the crowd. Let's go Cena. Cena sucks, ringing out. All right, don't linger on too much, guys. We've got a show to do here. I do like the John Cena match. Oh, Cody's not even letting him talk this time. You ain't blabbering on, mate. I'm just coming straight out. There we go. As expected, a nice little sing-song. Nice suit as well from Cody. Looks like a proper champion. Whoa. All right, they're coming. The goosebumps again. We like the rock. We love a sing-song. Those are some big old pinstripes on his suit, aren't they? Not sure about the orange tie. So what's going to happen now then? He's just come out straight away. He hasn't even let Cena talk. This is the thing. Cody's just like too much of a good mood. After what happened to him at Chamber, like we haven't seen him angry enough since Cena explained himself. Cody's just kind of been like, oh, I want the old Cena. And then he's been like, I don't know, just not that fussed. I mean, yeah, he's going to save wrestling and all that. I don't know, man. Nice bit of pyro there at the O2. Fans are very much happy to see him. Aston Villa fan in the corner there. Oh, someone's dropped their poster, it looks like. Cody, go pick it up. Pick it up, Code. Pick it up. Pick it up. It's under your feet, mate. Come on, you could have done that. You must have seen that, Cody. If Rock can pick up a phone, you can pick up a poster, mate. You know what? I understand why Cena did it. It's interesting that Cena keeps leaving the towel on the side of the ring. Wonder what the significance is there. Is it just because he does not throw in stuff anymore? He used to throw his hat. I don't know if he threw a towel, though. Does he ever throw his towel? Here we go. We're going to sing. You can see someone holding up the London Nightmare sign. Cool little graphic there. Again, if you haven't already, you can check out my review of all the WWE merchandise. You can see the logo right there at the top middle section. That's from the WWE Superstore at the O2 Arena, which closes sadly today. Cody's going to let the chant go. Cody Rhodes again. It does look great, doesn't it? Great setup. A lot of fans there. Where am I from? I'm from London. So, yeah, not far from the O2, actually. Where are you tuning in from, England Ball? From Crew? Okay, well, thanks for tuning in, mate. Good to have you back. I recognize your name from the stream the other day as well. Okay, Cody's acknowledging his lisp for some reason. Okay, just bringing up Stardust for the sake of it, because it has an S. Why are we talking about Stardust? Stardust chant. All right, I was a fan of Stardust. How was that? What did he used to do? It was that, wasn't it? Anyway. That's got above you. So you're wrestling at WrestleMania 41. Your final WrestleMania, you're facing Stardust. When you put it like that, you should come out of Stardust at WrestleMania. Oh, he's trying to get things that Cena can moan at or make fun of. But this would have been seen as a heel or old heel. Yeah, he has an arm tattoo on his neck. Okay. Cena's just not in the mood, mate. You don't care. Title looks nice, isn't it? Someone's been cleaning that. It's all nice and shiny. I've got booze in the company I created. Interesting. I don't think Cena would be saying all that. He's not that character at the moment. What's he talking about? Julian chance again. Let's go, Cena. Cena sucks. I don't think he's said enough. Okay, so he's lied to the audience. Is that what we're doing now? We're going to change the kind of approach. What are we doing? What are we doing? No, Cena's just going to double down and be like, nah, I don't care about him. Shut up. Shut up. Yeah, why? That's what I want to know. Thanks, Cody. Can we talk about The Rock? Can The Rock's music just hit or something? I don't know. Before Cena even talks, that'd be good. Come on, if you smell. You sold out, Cena. So did I by buying that. I'm not going to reduce myself and punch down to your level. Oh, it's boring, man. Oh, I'm not going to cook you. I'm going to bury you, says Cena. Just like I buried everyone else. He did do that, mate. Yeah, we've been saying it because it was true, man. Well, you did bury talent, mate. Wade Barrett should have been the world champ. It's going to sound make. I am. You are talented, mate. I ain't going to say that away from you, but I buried mediocrity. Okay. Woo. Cody says Cody's manipulated his way to the business. His ego outmatches his ability. Woo. I just don't buy any of this, man. Woo! That's a cool comment, though. Cody Rhodes is nothing but a chauffeur. That's a good line. Oh, that's a good line as well, to be fair. Just because you stole the blueprint don't mean you can run the kingdom. Okay. He's disgusted by Cody holding the title. He's saying, you got all from me, mate. And you're still underwhelming. I kind of get the route they're taking, but too perfect, too polished, too rehearsed. Sounds a bit like you, mate. Oh gosh. Cody Rhodes. Yeah. So Cody's just like the Pied Piper. Oh, strip away the music and entrance. Not much to look at, but a thick pinstripe suit. He's saying that Cody's afraid to show his. Cody's been a generic mix of every superstar TV show he's ever loved. Wow. Is this just going to be like, oh no, Cody's got to prove he's better than Cena thinks he is? Is that the story we're now telling? Ugh. Nepo baby. So into himself, he had his gimmick tattoo for the world to see. Mm. Ooh, interesting. See, I think that would have been something that you could have said to Cody as a heel, saying it's not where your tattoo is, it's what because it exposes you as a fan. Fanatics and buy the toy belt they buy. Yeah, he's the last real champ, isn't he? Yeah. People are cheering it now, so it's not worked. It's not worked. He said he's going to take the title. Even when he says, I'm going to ruin wrestling, I'm going to, make fun of Ric Flair, and they're chanting for Cena. They're chanting for Cena. It's not worked. I'm sorry. This has not worked. Oh, no. This was a risk because this is what they're trying not to do, I think, by changing his music and his look. They wanted to be cheered. They're actually booing Cody. I mean, it is London. We do things a little differently over here sometimes, but still. They cheered, they chose me, but some of them booed. Oh, that was a comment. Can you say the same thing that they chose you? Was it one guy in an office that isn't here and we can't talk about it anymore? Woo. Weird. Weird that they've done that. Yeah, true. Cena is the company creation. And the two of them, I gotta admit. Oh, Cena's Cody, mate. Oh, Cody coming with the lines now. Ooh, see, Cody's on fire here. This is better for Cody, which I guess is the plan. Make the babyface look good. Okay, what's he going to ask him? Oh, okay. Which one of us sold out to The Rock? First mention of The Rock. It only took a month. You saw that chance from the fans now. So some great lines there from Cody about you got more D in your promos than your jorts. And you're acting like a 16-year-old hanging out with Zac Efron trying to act like a kid. Still his idol, says Cody. I don't buy it. But you're also a piece of... Wow. They're hot on the profanities tonight. And a POS chant from the Londoners. Jack's in the house, exploring the smoke. How you doing, mate? Cody is going in. I'm surprised. It's been a lot better than I expected from Cody, at least. I just don't buy a Cena, man. Naughty, innit, Jack? Swear before that. Yeah, we're still in it. All right, Cena. I think they needed to use more of this kind of Hollywood stuff as well and link it in with The Rock. Woo! So they said you had to leave because at your best you can't wipe my ass. Wow. That was a Tony Khan reference, right? Surely. I make money for billionaires. All you've ever done is take money from their kids. Woo. Good line. Look at the blue Peter badge on Cody's suit, by the way. Love it. Oh, you can't wrestle. Cody just hit him with that. You can't wrestle. You can't wrestle. He's just trying to bring back the greatest hits now. What the fans used to chant to Cena when he was a good guy, but fans older than 15 didn't like him anymore. Oh, Cena's back in the ring. Oh, here we go. Fight. It's something in a playground, isn't it? You can tell it's full of bricks. Fight. Ah, yeah, whatever, Cena. Get out of here. Oh, here we go. Cena went for it. Cody ducks, hits him with the crossroads. Nice. Finally, some physicality in this feud. After what Cody got put through. Only took him a month. Woo! Wow. Okay, and then does the Bullet Club up to the WrestleMania sign. Interesting. A lot of references to AEW there. Now the Cody Rhodes chant as the champ picks up the title and leaves the champ in the ring. Throws a hat on him and everything. Nice. As Jack says, yeah, same London looks like they were. We have seen some big moments on this European tour, even though some parts of it been quite kind of painted by numbers. There has been some big moments, and again, the closer we get to WrestleMania, you'd expect that. And we started out with something big there. There's still things about this feud and Cena's heel run that I'm not sure of, but I can't deny there was a lot of things that I actually did enjoy. There was a lot of great lines between the two of them. I think it made Cody look better than anything, which again is, I think, the point, right? Wade on the right-hand side there, someone that definitely is someone that should have, as I say earlier on, got more out of his career if it weren't for them always pushing Super Cena. On the other side of Michael Cole, Pat McAfee's in their house as well. As we have the final European show on the road to WrestleMania. Michael Cole running down what to expect tonight, of course. The main event tonight, as it says, the world title of the women's division, Bianca Belair as the special guest referee. Seen a little promo video about that now. So it looks like this might be something that they play into all night if that's going to be the main event. And they're already talking about it. Surely it's just got to end up that Bianca messes up. Her emotions get too much. And she ends up creating what she doesn't want, which is Rhea being involved. Even by stopping Rhea win the title or something like that. You know, it's seen as it weren't fair, and therefore it has to become a triple threat. And then you start thinking about, who would win that match? I don't know. I think Io should. Need to get Rhea and Bianca into the show. But I think Io should come out of it looking strong. And she better not lose tonight. If she don't go to WrestleMania, she's now saying in this promo, that'd be a travesty. As much as I like the idea of Rhea versus Bianca, again, I keep saying it, that's the marquee match. One for the, history books. But you put Io in this storyline, you keep her in this storyline now. All right, so it looks like that'll be the main event then, hopefully, closing the show. What's opening as far as matches go? Oh, is this New Day's new music? Okay, I didn't know that. Have they come out to this already? Have I just missed this? I mean, I've barely been on the show except for like promos. So, how mad is that? They turn New Day heel, and it's not one of the biggest stories on the show. It shows you how strong the roster is and what's going on, but it is a massive shame. Never thought they'd turn him heel or break him up by at least kicking Big E out. Which they kind of haven't done, I guess. Big E can come back still, I guess, if he comes back, if he's healthy enough and be with them. By then they could be faced, or he could turn heel as well. But yeah, just weird. The great shots now of our wonderful capital. And we're heading to a break. And again, if you're watching it internationally and you're actually getting ads at the moment, let me fill you in with what we're getting here in the UK. The New Day continue their entrance. They're now posing on the side of the ring to the fans. So what are we having? A tag match? Like, what's been the point of this turn? Such a shame. I mean, I like what they've done when we see him do promos and that, but it's not been much, is it? It's not been featured heavily either. That could all change here. So what they got to say for themselves? Kofi whacking the mic. Xavier taunting the fans. But then again, even this is not on the show. It's in the break. Xavier says, how about everyone in London shut the hell up? Hopefully, I imagine we're going to get a typical trash the town you're in promo. Xavier says you're looking at the greatest tag team to ever do it, essentially. Shut the F up chant. As someone at Netflix has got sweat dripping down their head, pressing the bleep it. Pat said, is it shut the front door? All right, playing up to the Royal link. What's this? Wow, what a... They started playing the WWE World ad over the top. And they realized, whoops, wrong timing as Kofi continued on his promo. We're 58 seconds away from the mainstream coming back. Xavier says Adam Pearce has booked them in a match tonight to earn a shot at the tag titles. Oh, yeah, because that was it, wasn't it? They said they're going to win the titles at WrestleMania without even getting a match agreed. So whoever they face tonight, surely they'll beat. New Day sucks chant from the fans in London. We're 6 seconds away. Okay, so thank God for the New Day seems to be their new catchphrase. Now we get the WWE World thing as they continue to talk or wrap up that promo. Again, we can see the Superstore at WrestleMania, which looks fantastic. A little bit bigger than the one we had in London. But again, if you haven't seen already, guys, I did a review of that on this very channel. The WWE UFC Mega Store that I think, again, they could do in person, like all the time. It doesn't have to be an online thing. All that stuff, you know, they could have a shop in London. But, you know, it's only here till today, unfortunately. Now looking over at aerial shots of Vegas, talking about the Hall of Fame, One Dead Man's Show, and then the WrestleMania Roast, all at this hotel. And then NXT. Lovely shot of Tower Bridge. Oh, they did a pub crawl. Nice. Michael Cole and Wade did a pub crawl. I think I saw a picture of them drinking beer and watching. I think it must have been Preston for Wade Barrett. Getting a nice drone shot now inside the venue. Of course, we've got the New Day's entrance kind of wrapping up now. Of course, they hit us with that promo already, but that wasn't on the main show. Oh, here comes Adam Pearce. Okay. Whoa! Tyler Bate and Pete Dunne back together as New Catch Republic in the UK. Okay. Wow. I literally thought the other day, what's Tyler Bate doing these days? Finally, these guys just be themselves again. Okay, good to see Tyler Bate back, as he says, yeah, covering from a torn pec. We need Pete Dunne's old music back. Like the first song he used. Oh, that's cool. I wonder what they were getting at there, because he was really kind of hyping up that here in this United Kingdom. I thought, wow, we're going to have a British tag team come out here. Good to see him back. Again, teaming together as well. We do have an interview with Pete Dunne on this very channel. It was when he was going by the name of Butch, and there was a lot of talk at the time about the name and the character, and he was very positive about it. I've got to give him his props. If you haven't already, check that out. But happy to see him working as Pete Dunne again. I did enjoy the stuff with Ridge and Sheamus, but yeah, good seeing them back together. Former UK champion for both of them. What a shame he don't have a UK title anymore. Or UK NXT. When's NXT Europe coming? When's it coming, guys? Who knows? Well, we sold a dream. That ended up just being a dream. Not going to happen. Welcome back, chance for Tyler Bate. That's nice. Tyler Bate. Lovely bit of skill there from Tyler Bate. Hey! As Wade says, some lovely old school World of Sport style moves there. Bruiserweight chance there for Pete Dunne. Good to see him together, like I say. Ooh. Good to bring him back in London, but are we going to get much more from him? Maybe they're like, well, Bates back, we'll do something with him. But does this mean this match will end in some sort of shenanigans where they have a shot at the tag titles? But if you're with me with a preview, you'll know I think most of these matches are ending in shenanigans to lead to some of the WrestleMania. So can't all be that. New Catch Republic very much in control. We're about to go to an ad break. I assume we're going to get a continuation on the British feed. 2.5 minutes to go till the feed does come back. And here we go. So again, for those watching around the world, if you're getting ads at the moment, or if you're watching the demand and it skips straight ahead. Let me fill you in with what you're missing in the middle. Bate has thrown Xavier Woods back into the middle of the ring. Still very much in control. Tags in the Bruiserweight, who climbs to the top rope. And I think shoves his knees into the forearm of Xavier there, held by Bate. Working on that left arm now. Oh, missed the clothesline though. And another. As Kofi finds his way tagged into the match and kicks. Ooh, Bate in the back of the Bate gets Dunn even gets a massive knee in the back as well from Xavier Woods there. Minute and a half to the main feed comes back, but a big old kick there to the face of Butch or Pete Dunne. Kofi Kingston now kicking away at Dunn in the corner. He's tagged in Xavier, who's doing the exact same. Tags himself back in. Looks like he's going to go for the same. Typical heel move there. Matt McAfee says they've become these humans that no one likes, including their parents. Yeah, they have shown that, actually, haven't they? Boos from the fans, though, as they keep cycling through this same move. Oh! Taken to the face there of Dunn in the corner. Dunn throws Kofi off, but grabs his hair. Kofi not happy with that. Hits a big right hand. Hits Butch with a power slam. Not a power slam, a scoop slam. Speaking of scoop slam, we got Woods picking up Kofi for the same to throw him onto Pete Dunne. 1, 2. Not going to happen, is it? Because we're 15 seconds away now, guys, from the main feed coming back. And it fades to black as the show looks to continue. Here we go. Fades back in with a shot of the Jumbotron in the middle of the O2 in London. Sold out, they say. I saw some tickets about an hour before. I'm not calling them liars. They could have sold in those last 4 minutes that they're selling. Because they do stop the sale, it seems like an hour before now, which just seems weird. I don't know why they do that. Xavier hits a drop kick on Dunn, who kicks out. As you can see from the graphic at the bottom, we get a World Championship on the line later on between Io and Rhea. Gunther is going to face off against Jimmy Uso before he faces his brother at WrestleMania. Braun and Penta will face off against the Judgment Day. You got to imagine that's going to lead to some sort of shenanigans, as anything related to the Judgment Day usually does. We want Tyler chant from the fans in London. Reminds me of the good shows I went to the Royal Albert Hall. The before it was NXT UK, it was just I think NXT at the time, but they used a lot of what would become the NXT UK roster on it. 2 nights at the Royal Albert Hall, and it was so cool. Dunn and Bate doing amazing, heavily featured. You know, it's a shame what happened to NXT UK. Obviously, 2020 didn't help, but I thought at the time, well, if we get NXT Europe out of it, it's just a bigger version, and fair enough. It's just not happened. So, oh, lovely reversal there by Dunn, who dives to get Tyler Bate into the ring now. Big cheers for the returning Bate. Oh, misses there. Kofi gets out the corner. Oh, jumps onto Bate, but he's caught. What a strong boy. Throws him over. Oh, and a lovely kip up off of the shoulders. Not even using the press of the hands. Bate now. Airplane spin. We're going to do it. Oh, he throws him down. I thought Kofi was going to do the typical Whoa, groggy heel. Tyler gets the tag. And they both double kick into the corner of Kofi. Kofi's not looking good here. Neither are the New Day as a whole. Oh, I love when Tyler bounces off the ropes like that. It looks so cool. Close on into a German. Broken up by Xavier. Surely New Day are going to win this. Because they are looking to win the titles off of who are baby faces. You know, the War Raiders. Lovely boot there from Xavier. Gets a kick of his own onto from Pete Dunne, who now goes after the fingers. Ah! Whoa! SOS from Kofi. Just the two. Bruiserweight chants from the fans in London. Kick to the face of Kofi and to the chest of Xavier. Oh! Big kick again. Dunn lands. Gets Pate in. Hey! Faked him. Boom. Well, the other way. Anyway, it was great. Oh, lovely kick there. In the table. They're definitely in control, guys. I don't think they're winning, though. And this is not a number one contender match, is it? They're just proving themselves. Or has it been announced as number one contender? New Day are taking advantage now, though. Looks like they probably will win this. Number one contendership or not, it seems like they will be facing the War Raiders at WrestleMania. Goes to the cover. That's it. With a big laugh from Kofi Kingston, it's over. So does that mean they are number one contenders? Okay. But good to see New Catch Republic back as a team. Good to see Tyler Bate back in action as well. Good time to do that. London, of course, for the fans here in the UK. Nice little moment. Go for the replays here. New Day, as they say on commentary, did outsmart the Brits. I think they should win the titles. It was nice with War Raiders, but it's not the big story, is it? This is the big story. This should have been the big story. New Day, ages ago. That fan looks terrified of Xavier Woods. Xavier, he didn't stop staring at him either. He didn't let up at all. That kid looks so upset. Yeah, he did deserve a shot. That's it. You should be demanding it, Kof. How long's Xavier had that title with an M? Oh, here we go. Here they come. The no longer Viking Raiders. Wow. Wade and Pat did a Raw is War together. Yeah, all right, cool. Come on. I hope the New Day do it. How are they going to fit this onto WrestleMania? Not all the titles going to be used. We've been talking about this for a while, and I would have this would have been maybe top of the list for a title not defended on the grandest stage of them all this year, because there are so many big matches and so many titles that they don't seem to book. Suddenly put this on WrestleMania feels weird to me. But at the same time, again, New Day, that storyline, them turning heel, is something that you'd imagine would be in WrestleMania. Maybe even towards the top of the card. And now for Evolve, yet another show from the WWE. Of course, taking over the old indie company of old. Skibbity Riz is back. Says, hey, I'm back again. I watched SmackDown on Saturday. Did you get through it? Good, good. I'm glad you finally got there, mate. Hope you enjoyed it. Aiden's back in the house, mate. Hope you're enjoying the show there live at the O2. We showed you a picture earlier on, mate, from the crowd. Thanks for sending that in. And I saw you sent me a message on Instagram, on Twitter as well. The opening promo was amazing, and the reaction for New Catch Republic was amazing. So great to see Bate back. Yeah, I'm sure it was a great reception there in person. Hope you're enjoying the show, mate. Thanks for tuning in again. And it's great to get your kind of thoughts on the in-person experience. We're seeing Big Jim backstage now from last week where he slaps Gunther. And it says it's amazing. Good, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it, mate. I don't know how much you can hear me because I assume it's quite loud in the venue. But thanks for tuning in from the O2. Can't wait for Punk. Yeah, that'll be good. Is he there, though? Is he advertised, Aiden? You going to use those backstage now? Jay saying, look, I'd rather be out there with you. Jimmy's got to lose. He can't beat Gunther. I think Gunther should, like, ridiculous, like, be a heel. You know, like, snap, take it out on him, use a chair or something like that, you know. Go to snap his leg or whatever with it. And then Jay comes and makes a save. And then they both get away looking good. But he can't beat Gunther. So tonight I'm going to beat him and you're going to beat him at WrestleMania. I mean, that might happen. You. Oh. I hear you, says Jay. Just be careful. Yeah, something big's got to happen. I mean, he's there. Jay Uso's there. He's got to get involved. We see Gunther walking backstage now. And that match does come up next, it seems. Gunther versus Jimmy Uso. For a championship not on the line, as it will be at WrestleMania. And now back on the break. Oh, an interview with Gunther's mate, Ludwig Kaiser. I love these little promos. It's a shame they're not on the main show, but I'm glad we're seeing it. For those getting ads at the moment, Ludwig Kaiser being interviewed near the top of the ramp, I think, in the corner. You've had a lot of ups and downs being asked where you're at the moment. Ludwig. I love the way Ludwig talks. His cadence is great. There might have been a slight delay. He never will rise in Ludwig Kaiser, but nothing more. Not ups and downs. Yeah, you're right. He said it is a tragedy that the WrestleMania card is taking place, taking shape even. And Ludwig hasn't got a match. Get him on. Let's campaign for Ludwig. Yeah, Ludwig. Don't boo him, London. Don't boo him. Don't let me down. All right, Ludwig says he might have to take matters into his own hands. I want to see that, Ludwig. Big fan of Ludwig. Oh, we're done here, he says. Interview's over. Just walks away. It was much nicer to me when I interviewed him, I've got to say, guys. Check it out on this very channel. Had a good chat with him and his Imperium running buddy of Gunther as well. And a nice little chat about fashion. But you didn't expect that from Ludwig and Gunther. It's on this very channel. We bring you content you don't quite expect from the wrestling world. We've got Jimmy Uso making his way to the ring. And something I do expect is for him to get battered tonight, as he should. As much as I love Big Jim and a re-emergence of Jimmy Uso as being a babyface and being a little bit more aligned than with his brother and similar to his brother in character as well. And more like his old kind of Uso character between the two of them as a tag team. I think they're using him in the right way. The only other way I think you could have used Jimmy at WrestleMania or going into WrestleMania was to face Drew. Drew's doing something else. So fair enough. So we're 30 seconds away from the main feed coming back at the moment. We're seeing an ad for Clash in Paris, for the Road to Clash in Paris, where there are going to be TV shows in France, in Ireland, I think. And I think that might be it, actually. I don't think the UK... No, the UK is getting one. They're getting a live show as well. So we'll do more of these European watch-alongs when we get to that portion of the year. Of course, again, we've been able to cover these in depth on this very channel because they're on at a reasonable time for us, which is very rare for us here in the UK. But you're watching the Raw watch-along. We're now looking back. Oh, yes. So, if this match is going in the Hall of Fame. I know it's about Triple H. I thought this was another one of those immortal moments. This match, to me, one of my favorites of all time. But I think this is about pushing Triple H's Hall of Fame induction. I thought for a minute it might be this immortal moment thing where they're inducting Brett and Austin from WrestleMania 13. This match, guys, if you haven't seen it yet, Street Fight, Royal Rumble 2000, Cactus Jack versus Triple H. Honestly, one of my favorite matches, which is insane because not about a month later, they do it again in a Hell in a Cell. And because of Mick's other Hell in a Cell, the huge moment from that night doesn't get as replayed as much as it should. But this match here as well, just to think what Mick went through in the last few months of his kind of active full-time career, at least. He gave a lot to this business. Already a Hall of Famer in his own right. But now, of course, his opponent in this match that we're seeing highlights from is going to go into the Hall of Fame this year. Well deserved, of course. Triple H says, yeah, it is the match that put him on the map. 100%. I'm glad that they give credit to that. See, one day that match should go in the Hall of Fame. You know how they put matches in it now? And if you haven't seen it already, guys, you don't know what I'm talking about. On SmackDown, they announced basically that matches are going into the Hall of Fame. And my thoughts are all over the place here, but generally speaking, I like it. You can see from my confused face right there, I didn't understand what was going on when it first showed us. I was shocked. And as they announced a class there, they literally put Austin and Brett in it. Even without that, that's a good class. The Natural Disasters, Lex Luger, Triple H, Michelle McCall. That's a good class. I'm excited. Look, I'm finally getting excited for Hall of Fame again. There's been good moments at Hall of Fame. But again, a big issue for me in the Hall of Fame is its venue, its presentation. When it's on, it's still going to be annoyingly on later in the night and later than SmackDown. But at least it's not in the same venue anymore. And I've mentioned it a few times already, but we've had a video on this very channel about exactly that, how the Hall of Fame has kind of lost its shine and needs to change, essentially. Kate Nash, ringside. Nice. Charlie Brooker as well. Good to see all the... I'm copying his little ring there. Look, Michael Venom. Look, good to see all the. What am I trying to say? Good to see all the celebrities. There's Charlie Brooker. They put the graphic up wrong. Don't worry, Pat. Because even when thinking was doing a headlock, I was like, hold on, that wasn't Charlie Brooker. Lewis Capaldi's back in the house as he was on SmackDown. Anyway, what was I saying? We did a video about the Hall of Fame and how it needs to be its own thing again. And fans should dress in suits. Put your whistle on. Go and enjoy the night. Don't wear your wrestling shirts. Anyway, you can find out on this very channel, again, how to fix the Hall of Fame. Bianca's learning how to be a ref backstage. Of course, we got the main event coming up. Bianca Belair is going to be the referee for it. And I think she's going to have a lot to say in that match and influence a lot. Right now, though, Jimmy Uso is making his way to the ring for the match against Gunther, of course. Continuing his entrance here. Here we go, Gunther. I wish he had his old theme song. I like his new one. I don't know. I'm in two minds. It's weird that they haven't used Kaiser with him that much lately, you know? It's like they've purposely separated them, but I don't know if it's done. I don't know. I don't know if it's done any good to either of them, you know? Like, I don't know if it's better not having them around each other. So, I'd say Gunther versus Jimmy Uso coming up next. I would be very surprised if Jimmy Uso picks up the victory here. 19 nights away, guys. WrestleMania. Oh, does that mean it is night one? Did he just give something away there? In 19 nights specifically. He didn't say WrestleMania starts in 19 nights. I love all these graphics, by the way, for Vegas. They lucked out there, didn't they? Great WrestleMania logo as well, which, by the way, what do you know? Myself and Rob did a video all about those on this very channel as well. Here we go. Big Jim. Big fan of you, Big Jim, but I don't think you should win tonight. Good for taking control very early on. Ooh. Huge shots now. You mean Jimmy, Michael? Come on. Keep up. Not like I've made any mistakes lately. Jimmy ain't looking good at the moment. Gunther gets in the ring and back out to save himself some the count out there, essentially, but very much in control. Jimmy Uso fighting back there, hits a backdrop on Gunther. Himself jumps into the ring to break the count, but no, turns it into a slap, and now a dive. Suicide dive out the ring, hits Gunther onto the announce table. A good point that's said about Jaden McDonald's injury there because of that very rough landing on the announce table. Gunther back in control though. Jimmy Uso stops Gunther, climbs up to that top rope with him. Cool little angle there we're getting from below. WrestleMania logo in the background to remind us what this is all about. Oh, nice superplex there for Big Jim. Going for an Uso splash, you would imagine. But Gunther's got to move right on knees up. Oh, no, he hits the Uso splash. Imagine if he just won. Imagine if he did. I mean, they've got to use this. They've got to say, oh, that's what Jay could do at WrestleMania. Do you imagine? Surprised he even hit that. Oh, talk about hit that. Jimmy dives off the steps. Hit by Gunther with a hard chop. With a hard whacks him onto the apron as well. Gunther now. Oh, wow. What a clothesline. Flipping heck, Gunther. Oh, what's he done? What's he done to deserve that? Right, we're on a break, 2.5 minutes away from the main feed. Coming back again, guys. If you're watching internationally and you're getting ads at the moment, let me fill you in with what we're getting on the UK feed. As you would expect, Jimmy is laying on the floor in a lot of pain. Gunther's on the inside of the ring, though. He's getting... Okay, they're chanting Gunther. I was trying to figure out what was going on because they are chanting Gunther, but then Gunther starts saying, shut up to the fans. But he's saying, like, I don't care about any of you. Don't cheer for me. Don't cheer for me. Big Jim's back in the ring. Trying to make his way to his feet while using the rope, but Gunther has stood right on top of him, though. Ain't looking good for Jimmy. Slow right down this match. What's the chant? Oh, Gunther's a... He's playing up to it. I think he did the old sign there. It was zoomed out, though. Oh, Gunther's a... Big chop goes for a pinfall, only gets a 1. Big stomp there from Gunther. A minute away from the main feed coming back on, guys. But again, just to kind of fill you in what we're seeing on screen. Gunther is certainly in control. Big Jim is kind of crawling around the ring a little bit there. Trying to lift himself up from the ropes. Fans are having fun with this. 38 seconds away as Gunther continues to be in control and hits Big Jim. Falls down to the floor, but still holds his hand, poses to the crowd, and kind of starts taunting Jimmy now with some kicks to the head. Big Jim's got him back now. But we're 15 seconds away from the break, so being over. So you'd imagine they're going to stay where they are until the show comes back on. We're 6 seconds away now. Referee looks like he just gave the word to Gunther, essentially. Pick him up again. Fade from black back in. It looks like Jimmy will maybe fight out of this in a moment. Again, the match continues. Jimmy Uso going up against Gunther to put a dent in his WrestleMania preparations. As he goes on, of course, to face his brother. He is doing the same things he did on the ad there. He picks him up and he goes, yeah, come on, hit me there. And I think Jimmy's about to do it. There you go. Big old slap. Oh, I think they should give that slap a name. Oh, nice German suplex there on the Austrian. Super kick. Gunther's down. Jimmy picking up kind of momentum here, which I imagine he's going to lose quickly because Gunther's going to do something nasty and then Jay's going to try and save his brother. Surely. Oh, lovely drop kick there. Very high as well. There you go. He picks him up. Goes to the power bomb. Boom. Goes to the pin. Oh, and he picks his head up. Oh, no. I used to love doing that on the games, by the way. What was it on? Like, Here Comes the Pain or SmackDown vs. Raw, the first one? You can pick their head up. Break the pin yourself. I used to love that. But just like in WWE, you know, when it works against you, oh, it's a shock. You regret it. Oh, big kick to the face of Big Jim. Big clothesline as well. Jimmy's getting rolled over for the pin. This time, will he lift him again? He looks like he will. Yeah, picks him up on 2 again. And the fans kind of laugh at it. Gunther looks serious, though he's not laughing. He wants to punish him. So that's where we're going with this. He's just going to destroy Jimmy until Jay comes to stop it, surely. Yeet. Jimmy trying to crawl to the ropes and lift himself up on them. Oh, hit to the back. Got the sleeper in now. So maybe Jimmy will like tap and he won't let go or something like that. Doesn't have to be a steel chair or anything, does it? I mean, they've already set the story up already of like he's punishing him. Yeah, you go. So Jimmy's out and he ain't letting go. Oh no, he's letting go. Oh, okay. All right then. Maybe she's gonna beat him up. I don't know. I thought he'd like not let go and Jay would chase him. I know he's gonna pose with himself. Surely he's gonna beat up Jimmy because Jay's got to come make the save. Right, for something, right? There you go. Ref raises his hands. He's seeing to Jimmy. If he's not happy about that, surely. Go on, stomp on him. Goes to leave. Oh, he is just leaving. No, he's not. He ain't leaving. Come on, Gunther. You know you wanna. You know you wanna get back in the ring. Go on, beat him up. As much as I love you, Big Jim, it's only because I want Jay to save you. I want to be right. I've been calling this for about an hour. There we go. Day one-ish. What's up, Tom? How you doing, mate? Hope you're doing well. As we see Jey Uso run into the ring with purpose. Looking strong. That's what we needed, right? That's what we needed. Woo! Gunther flies out the ring, tries to escape with the belt around his waist, and Jimmy chases him off. Gunther's running across the floor. I was dancing to Craig David there a few weeks ago. It's a bit weird to see that. The old W chant from the fans in London. Jay goes to save his brother Jimmy and see to him. There you go. We fade to black. It's time for an hour. We're 3 minutes away from it coming back. But again, for those that are watching internationally and don't get to see this, let me show you what's going on now. Jay is trying to see to his brother Jimmy, talking to the referee about it. I wonder if they're going to do like a during the break, he got carried away on a stretcher type angle. Or maybe Jay will get on the mic or something. All right, you're saying that should be the champ, basically. People are cheering that. He's trying to lift up Jimmy. Mike Cole says, does he believe that? Or is he trying to convince himself? I think he believes that. I think he's going to do it. I think Jey Uso should win the title. Otherwise, what's the point in this feud? He got beat at Saturday Night's main event. Why are we doing this feud if it ain't for him to win the title? Jimmy trying to get to his feet valiantly. Nice pair of trainers there from Jay. Jimmy Uso chant now. That's nice. Jimmy Uso. We're 1 minute and 37 seconds away from the main feed coming back, guys. Not much going on in the ring at the moment. Just Jay trying to tend to Jimmy, who's kind of making his way over to, I assume, the doctors here. And the commentary team basically explaining how dangerous Gunther is. Jay seeing to his brother there. One more yeet, the fans started chanting on the outside. One more yeet. That's a new one. 1 minute to go, but the fans are now clapping. Jimmy is now sitting on the side of the ring apron itself. So I'm going to walk away now. 50 seconds till the feed comes back. Some yeets on the outside. Is Jay's too serious for that at the moment? Jimmy coming too now. Tom's, what's the best way to contact you? Love you back on the show. Yeah, man. How did we chat last time? Was it Twitter? X, as they call it these days? @ Scott_Reb Noise. Yeah, shoot me a message on there, mate. I'd love to come back on. Good to yeah. Last one was a lot of fun. So yeah, it's great to be back on, mate. It's back. Speaking of back on, we're back on Monday Night Raw. The stream is back now. Oh, Gunther's attacked them both. Oh no. Oh no, Gunther's taking them both out. I thought that was a little too light. He'd let him off there. He's thrown Jay into the ring steps. But yeah, Tom, reach out, mate. We'll do it again. It was great fun last time, as I say. Tom interviews those from the wrestling media world. So some great interviews on his channel if you want to know the insights to what it's like to work in this crazy field, then I would recommend Tom's channel. Oh, good for a W word again. Oh my gosh, what a powerbomb onto some extras there. Kick to another one, stomping his head. Woo! Yeah, where's Adam Pearce? Come on, Adam. I wonder why nothing else happened in a break. It took ages for them to do that. Get him out of the ring. Zip tie? Wow. Don't forget with it. That was really good. As I scratched my tongue with my tooth, so I heard the noise go. Look me. No, it was kinky zip ties. Because it's tied to the rope. You don't see this often. It's usually your handcuffs or whatever. Jay's tied up and Jimmy's, I don't know where Jimmy is. He's out of it somewhere. Oh, he's picking Jimmy up now. You can't get another save like Roman or something, you know, it doesn't make sense. It's kind of embarrassing though that two of them were taken out. But I guess it's not that. It's more like, yeah, if he was, I thought he was just going to beat up Jay there and take out Jimmy. But it's more about beating up Jimmy and making Jay watch, isn't it? Just to make that, you know, fuel to the kind of fire ready for Jay to think why I want to go after you and what you did to my brother and whatever else. Jay's trying to get in the ring now. What is it? Don't pull too hard, mate. They might actually break. He's trying to grab the title as well. You'd imagine he'd be beating up Jimmy on the outside more, making him try and get to him. If he said it's the closest you're gonna get as he holds the title up and Jay can't get away. Jay's all I'm gonna beat your ass. I'm looking forward to this, man. I think they're selling it well, you know, considering it's a match we've seen plenty of times already. Jay lost already. Oh, Jimmy fight his way back in the ring. No. Oh, no. It's taken out the title. Poor old Jim. Look what I've done to you, brother, he says. But yeah, you know, going from Gunther saying, look, don't pick me. I'll beat you anyway. What's the point? And they're being so angry that he picked him. He's not taking him out. And now it's getting personal, you know? I think they've done well to build this feud, considering. It's weird though. It's like they tested the feud, you know, before the Rumble. Gunther throws the title down now as Jimmy tries to get back in there. Is he bleeding? Wow. Blood. Jimmy's got blood from the title shot, I'm guessing it was meant to be. Whoa, I like this. This is making it more personal. Look at that. Wipe the blood on the title, Gunther. Do it. All right, maybe not. Some up for the powerbomb mistake. Go on, away! Oh, I mean, I love the Usos, but I like this story. Build it. Because now the revenge will be sweeter. Look at the blood on the arm of Gunther. Look at that. Look at it. Yeah, where's the general manager? It's quick to come out earlier on to make a bloody tag match. I guess he's a SmackDown superstar and he's thinking, whatever. This problem. He's tasting the blood. I got chills, but not the good kinds. ECW chant. Oh, they're putting each other. Oh, it's a tug of war now. Jimmy's doing some great acting. He looks out of it, man. Oh, Jay can't reach. How gonna be? Why is no one helping? Where the refs? Where the refs? Where the doctors and all that? They were there just a second ago. Who's on the outside doing nothing, walking around with a suit as well? Look at the blood everywhere. It's Jason Jordan. Get in, mate. He was a wrestler. This is great, though. This is great. This is what you want. The promo packages. You know what I mean? When they show these clips. That's the. Get him off. Look at the blood. Flip the neck. Looks like Daniel Day-Lewis in there with your blood. There's a lot of blood. Flipping it. Look at that shot. Good with a title and the blood dripping down him. Mate, we ain't PG anymore. Wow, what a segment. What a... Kind of what I expected, then lower than what I expected, and then more than what I expected. Didn't even need to use a chair or anything like that because he had the belt. But man, I like that. Michael Cole standing up and saying, you know, how disgusted he is. What a segment. Nice. That's what you need. I like the fact they've used Jimmy in this storyline. Jimmy might even help Jay win at WrestleMania. What do you think about that, guys? I think that's a good option. Wow. Cool segment. There we go, guys. WrestleMania is going to be exciting. A lot of great things to look forward to, but I think this match has really, really started to sell itself. So they've cut Jay away from the ropes. Wow. What a segment, guys. What did you think of that? Did you enjoy it as much as I did? I thought it was really cool. I think it dragged out a bit, like with a break and that, made it a bit quiet, but maybe because of the ad. If they didn't have the ad in between, that probably would have gone down a lot better. But yeah, really enjoyable for me. Now we're looking at last Friday, of course, a big bombshell that we ended the show on. CM Punk crying and stuff, you know, gets his main event, but he says that's not the favor. What's the favor, guys? Again, you can see there tears, songs, and shocks. That's a headline from last week's SmackDown in O2. In the O2, I should say, in London. Oh, look, they showed the clip of the Shield, but they didn't show Ambrose. Ugh. That was cool, though, when they showed up in the helicopter on the top of the O2. Pretty cool. Roman Reigns, I like this. It was like, we don't know, we. They can't edit Ambrose out there. This would be a cool match, triple threat. Guys, if you want to see my reactions to this last week, you can see the watch along. You see my reaction to the segment itself. But as I say, we also hit you with an instant reaction review after the show, which we'll be doing again tonight after Monday Night Raw. If you're watching live, stay tuned on this very stream feed because you'll see our review at the end of the watch along portion. If you're watching on demand, though, you can also find it on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel on YouTube. So what is CM Punk's favor, guys? When do we find out what that is? WrestleMania? Like, I thought they got themselves out of it. I thought they had booked it and not really known what it was. And this was their chance. Do you think Heyman felt like you gave him something and was like, therefore I don't have to do the favor? This is my favor? Or do you think Heyman was trying to pretend this was the favor because Punk, as you know, as a bigger favor to ask for, and Heyman knew that, but he was trying to kind of get away with it in front of Roman, so he didn't look bad. One man's dream is another man's favor, says Roman. Wasn't to me though. I like Seth's reaction here, even despite the fact it would mean he's in the main event. He's like, nah, I don't want you to be in the main event, so I don't want to be in the main event because of it. was a good promo at the end of SmackDown, wasn't it? And again, the cliffhanger was great. Thank you, my tribal chief. Is it a main event? Is it? I don't count it. If it's for a title main event in night one, I'd be thinking, it's main event. That's a main event. That's a main event. It's not the main event. That too. What's the favorite? They're really playing into it, man. I don't think it'll be like something that relates to Heyman turning on Roman for Punk. Or even if it does, it will still lead to, in my opinion, turning and helping Seth. I think Seth is the Joker in the pack as we look at them with a card graphic there to kind of give a card analogy. Cool shot there again from the drone. The O2 is looking good tonight. Travis Scott has got the official theme song. Okay. Oh, yeah, he hasn't been around since Elimination Chamber either, hasn't he? That's a bit weird, wasn't it? Oh, gosh. I think using Travis Scott and celebrities like that, good idea. Shouldn't have been in that moment, though. Should have been used. What's Pat doing? All right, they're just selling some event that Pat's part of. All right, cool. Last week's Monday Night Raw now. Looks like we're going to get the tag match next. We're looking at the IC title between Bron Breakker and Penta, because Penta's brother just signed for WWE. Officially now announced, of course, going to be debuting on SmackDown. A real shame, again, that these shows in Europe are over for me, because it means I'm not going to be watching these at a reasonable time anymore, which means no more watch-alongs. But it's been fun, guys, and let's go out with a bang tonight. Let's enjoy Monday Night Raw. They tried to get Penta to join the Judgment Day. As you can see there, super kick to Dominic, was holding the chair. And Balor, though, very much in control at the end of that segment. Disappointed with Dominic, but as Barrett says there, yeah, Judgment Day back on track. Here we have him backstage. All right, they say they buried the hatchet for now. Okay, Finn says no. That funny business of adding a new member to the Judgment Day is behind us. We can kind of get on with things. Oh, Finn says to Raquel, hard luck even not on winning the IC title last week, but I'll be bringing it home. She's taking it out on Carlito now. They're not happy about that. Bailey and Lyra. Okay, so is that going to be a tag match going into WrestleMania then? Again, are they squeezing every title into it? I mean, it is a 2-night show. But you've got to have some non-title feuds as well, right? So, yeah. We don't want to get back to WrestleMania being about 7 hours a night, especially for 2 nights. There we go. Penta's on his way to the ring. What an entrance. It's going to be really interesting when Ray Phoenix shows up. Oh, a Catherine wheel. Has he always had a Catherine wheel? I remember all the fire and that, but I love that little walk there. But it's a great kind of few months in WWE. As Michael Cole says there, yeah, he's taking them by storm. In the WWE, teaming up with Bron Breakker next. And I was very surprised he didn't win the title last week. But it made sense when you break into this kind of what seems to be a fatal four-way feud. I think that's where we're going to WrestleMania, and I think he's going to win it at WrestleMania. 2.5 minutes until the break is over, but we are seeing a continuation on the British feed of Penta's entrance. First opportunity says Wade to team up close and personal. So we're 2 minutes away from the main feed coming on. Penta's doing his funky walk in the ring again. So again, we've got the tag team match coming up next. Bron Breakker, the IC champ, teaming up with Penta, I should say, against the Judgment Day, the team of Finn Balor and Dominic Mysterio. And they're going to match that I feel is surely going to end in some sort of shenanigans because we've got to get a match between at least some of these guys at WrestleMania for the IC title. Now, maybe you could say there are a few more that should be in this. Ludwig, I know Lucas is a fan of that idea. We talked about that a few weeks back on this channel as well. Ludwig, of course, came out tonight, not in the main show, but in the kind of break segment saying, I need to be on WrestleMania. So add him to this match. Maybe he comes out here. I mean, he is there, of course, as we've seen. And then 5, you need one more. Who else do we get? What was that I missed there? Oh, it says like Zach Gowen. What? Yeah, I mean, that was the thing last week, and Penta winning the title from another babyface would have been a bit odd. But winning it in like a fatal four-way, not too bad. We are 16 seconds away from the main feed coming back from Breakker, posing on top of the turnbuckle with his Intercontinental Championship. Was the subject of this entire story in the first place. And I do feel like he'll be losing it at WrestleMania, even if it's not to Penta, maybe even to Dominic or Finn. Aerial shots in London now as well. A lovely B-roll there. Onion says yeet. Yeet indeed, mate. Did you like the segment with Jey Uso? I mean, it was rough, wasn't it? Seeing what happened to Jimmy. Oh, Stephanie getting emotional talking to Cody about his dad. I do want to watch this show that Stephanie's doing. Ah, lovely. Oh, that's very emotional, that Cody Rhodes thing. Ah. I do want to watch that show. I don't know how many episodes they've got. They've advertised CM Punk one, the Cody one. I think another one as well. Anyway, enough of the emotion. Bron Breakker is back in the middle of the ring. And they're arguing with each other already. Oh, handshake though. Here we go. But the music is hit for Finn Balor. So Finn and Dominic coming out together, representing the Judgment Day. Carlito with him as well. I don't think this is going to end in kind of like, these two guys win and on to the next segment. And that is the issue going into a big thing like WrestleMania. You do sometimes get too much of like non-finishes because it leads to other things. But they're really hyping up the fact that they're not on the same page. So, Jekyll and Hyde. Yeah. Finn should have won another world title by now, shouldn't he? What can they do with the Judgment Day? Does it continue like much longer? Because you could, Finn could become world champ and dom the IC, and it main, their group is kind of important. But I just don't know if they'll do that. Anyway, the match is underway. Finn Balor's tried to distract Penta there straight away, and he's been successful in it because Dominic has attacked him in the corner. Because Dominic tried to get Penta to join the Judgment Day last week on Raw. Didn't work out for him. But again, the tag team match is now underway. Penta and Bron Breakker versus Finn Balor and Dominic Mysterio. Nice little Hurricane Runner there from Penta, who tags in Bron Breakker straight away. Dogs in attendance at the O2. Shoulder tackle there from Bron. Picks up Dominic. Nice slam there. Or for another. Finn Balor now in the ring with Bron Breakker, trying to take control, throws him against the ropes. Ducks. Oh, and he went for a leapfrog, but he's thrown into the mat by Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker still very much in control now, but tags out and gets his partner Penta to take control. Big kick to the head, kick to the legs, knocks Balor down, and then a lovely kind of falling drop kick really from the top rope after balancing. Woo! Tilt world backbreaker on Dominic there. Dominic against the rope as Bron clotheslines him over. Penta flies with a flip over the top ropes. Graphic comes up. It looks like we're about to go to a break. So again, a continuation here in Britain. Yeah, we go 3 minutes away. Penta now. Big chop to Finn Balor on the outside of the ring. Follows him into the next guardrail. Hits him again. Woo, crossbody off the top. Penta is very much in control, tells the crowd to be quiet so he can hit a big shot on the chest of Finn Balor. Kick to the chest now on Finn Balor. He's not doing good. I've just seen in the comments on X Aiden tells us that while the promo was being shown, they were wiping up the blood from the Jimmy Uso segment. So there was so much they're actually needing to wipe it up. Crazy. Again, great to have someone out there at the show, keeping us up to date. We've had that quite often on this European tour, of course, in London, also in Barcelona. So it's been great to kind of get people out there, essentially, let us know what the atmosphere is like in the arena itself. With a video on this channel from Lucas, who basically went in depth really about the experience in Barcelona. Talks about the prices of tickets at the moment, as well as his experiences at the show itself. So if you haven't already, check those videos out on this channel. Penta is now not in trouble because he kicks out, but it could have been 2 count only. Finn Balor still pulling back though, got a headlock on him where he can get to his feet. 38 seconds away from the main feed coming on now. Finn Balor is still in control of the headlock, throws Penta down to the mat as Dominic tries to get in the ring. Finn Balor hits with a big stomp on the chest of Penta. Braun's trying to get involved. 15 seconds away from the main feed coming back on, guys. Dominic on, Finn on the top rope, but we're about to come back. Wide shot now of the O2 Arena, looking great. Dominic now in the ring, shoulder thrusts into the corner. Snapmare from Dominic, and then Balor dives over the top rope. Dominic straight out. Dominic's not been involved very much in this match, although he's just tagged himself back in. Beautiful flip over the top rope, almost Eddie Guerrero style there. Well, very much in the image of Eddie Guerrero, if we're honest. The fans trying to get behind Penta, though. The claps are going. Suplex. Oh, you know what's coming. Here comes the second. And the boos start as Dominic attempts to hit the third Amigo. Stabs his chest. Penta's got to stop this, isn't he? Yeah. Fights out of it. Dominic kicks him, though. Irish whip into the corner. Penta up. Flies over him. Oh, and a roll through backbreaker there. Backstabber, I should say. Yeah, Carlito, as Cole says, is upset about that. Using his finisher. Both teams looking for a tag. And both teams get the tag. Both guys over the top rope, but Rob Breaker gets there first. Lovely camera angle to show that, by the way. Finn Balor's down. Dominic's now down. Belly to belly suplex released by Braun on Finn. Goes for another one. Dominic hits it as well. Finn Balor now, though, kicks Braun. Goes for the suplex. Gets reversed. Gets stopped even. Calls over Dominic for help. Double team suplex on its way. Goes to lift him. Doesn't quite happen. Instead, oh my gosh. Look at that. That was real strength. And then he just nips up. Straps go down. Braun Breaker is very much in control now. Picks up Finn on his shoulders as Finn rakes the eyes. Who let the dogs out? Oh, no. That's great. Who let the dogs out chant? See, this is the thing. Fans over here get these chants going. Now that's a chance for the rest of the world to pick up on it. It works so well for the hoot. For Braun Breaker. Let's hope that stays. That's it. Pat's referred to it now. That is so good. That's got to be a chant going forward. Who let the dog? Whoever started that in the crowd, props. I remember that song was brand new, and I was on the bus back from school, and someone on the bus, it was a packed bus, and someone just shouted, "Who let the dogs out?" And the whole bus just went, "Ooh, ooh, ooh, ooh." It was so good. Just because everybody was in on it. Everybody knew what that meant, what to do. So I'm glad that over 20 years later, we're still able to do that. Oh, Dominic tried to warn Finn. He got Finn out of the way, but it meant that Braun speared Penta, which means it ain't going down well for these two guys. And we are surely leaning towards a match between the two of them, at least, at WrestleMania. It looks like the Judgment Day are going to stay on the same page, and maybe it just becomes a triple threat because now Balor goes for the pin and picks up the victory for the Judgment Day. No real reason for Dominic to be in a match at WrestleMania at this point, so maybe it will just be a triple threat. Two Judgment Day boys are looking happy with each other as Carlito gets in the ring and wants to celebrate as well. Well, congrats to the Judgment Day. Chad Gale was bigging up El Grande Americano, as he would. Can't wait to get in the ring with him someday. I wonder if they'll try and do something like that. Oh, Chad's still on well. There we go. What a shame. Are we going to get El Grande Americano then? Oh, so you're saying he'll be back by next week because it's in his hometown. Okay. This is not giving a match next week. Oh, he's going to give El Grande Americano a match instead. So they saying, look, Chad, if you're sick, you ain't competing in your own hometown next week. But El Grande Americano is. And he can't play up to it, I guess, is the point. Oh, American Alpha. Or the Alpha Babes. Oh, yeah, Alpha. I've just seen a graphic comment. It's Alpha Academy. I'm mixing them all up. Because American Alpha was his team with Jason Jordan, wasn't it? And now he's American Made. And then the Alpha Academy. But they sort of changed their name, but didn't. Which they should have done. To Alpha Babes. Okay. Yeah, what's going on with Natalia and this whole thing with... Oh, okay, they've just cut it. All right, didn't want to know anyway. Undertaker one Dead Man show. Going to be at the theater inside that hotel at WrestleMania weekend. Here we go. The rematch Rhea's been looking for against Io Sky, trying to become women's champion to take that title into WrestleMania. Of course, tonight's special guest referee, as you can see there, is Bianca Belair. And she's gonna impact this match, I'm sure. Lovely shot there, some pancreas, and then the O2. Where we go now? Break in back from 2.5 minutes. We've got an interview now with Karrion Kross and Scarlett. Again, for those watching without this, let me explain what happens. They're talking about Logan Paul. Oh, yeah, he's coming out next. Booze. Karrion Kross. Oh, yeah, and AJ Styles and Karrion Kross is a little story there as well. Yeah, why do you care, Karrion? Why do you care? Karrion playing to the crowd. How's this going to go? He wants them to chant their favorite bad guy. He wants it to be him, obviously. My favorite bad guy on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel is Lucas. And we're going to be bringing him onto the stream in just a moment as well to find out his thoughts on Monday Night Raw. Again, the main stream is back in 1 minute and 10 seconds, but we're seeing this interview with Karrion Kross. But let me bring in Lucas to see what he shows so far. How you doing, mate?
Yeah.
How you enjoying Raw, mate?
Oh,
I've caught you at a bad time.
so here we go, Monday Night Raw. Obviously, I think it's been quite a good episode, actually.
AJ making his way to the ring now.
I think my stream's a little bit behind yours. Yeah, now I've got AJ coming out. So obviously, it just seemed like we're going to go face-to-face with AJ Styles and Logan Paul. I'd be interested to see what kind of reception Logan Paul gets tonight. Obviously, he did get booed in a little kind of showing the rivals earlier.
Yeah.
But yeah, this just seemed like this will be a segment done to kind of sign this match for WrestleMania. I don't envision anything else happening. I don't know why I'm assuming Karrion Kross and AJ Styles must have a match maybe next week on Raw.
Yeah, he's been very much involved with him, but I don't get why. It's not exactly going to become a triple threat, is it?
No, it would seem very odd. I know Triple H likes these triple threat matches, but it does seem like that would be a very, very odd one. But it seems like maybe they're going to use that as like AJ kind of tune-up match before.
Yeah, true. Maybe.
Because AJ Styles, we haven't seen him in action for a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought Raw actually has been, on the most part, quite good tonight. I think it's been quite a strong episode. Obviously, it's scary when you think now, like, Mania felt like it was so long away, when we was at the Rumble.
Yeah.
But now, obviously, we are 19 days away from WrestleMania weekend. And what that kind of means in real kind of talk is that we are this one and then 3 episodes of Monday Night Raw away from WrestleMania. So we're getting to the business end of things, and things do need to start shaping up. And that's why we are anticipating tonight, I am anyway, tonight to see the Logan Paul and AJ Styles match made official, as well as the decisive factor of what will happen around the women's world title.
We've got argument here backstage of Penta and Braun talking about getting things made official. It feels like this is going to become something soon, right? Maybe the triple threat rather than the fatal four-way we originally spoke about last week, though, because Dominic and Finn seem to be on the same page at the moment. So
they do, but I think they'd be smarter doing it as a fatal four-way match. I think it would be actually a much better match, and they'd have that tease, obviously, of the Judgment Day doing stuff, imploding from within or working together. I think that makes for a more interesting match. But if not Dominic Mysterio, put Ludwig Kaiser in. I think he's been doing a very, very good job.
Yeah. AJ's on the mic now. Yeah. I thought it was Logan Paul calling AJ out tonight, but apparently not.
Yeah. So did I, actually. Obviously, yeah, the British fans, they big time love AJ Styles. Showing him a lot of respect.
I've got to be honest as well. This is a match I am actually really looking forward to. It's not a feud that I've been massively excited about, but when you think about these two guys in the ring together, I mean, Logan wrestles a bit like a young AJ in some ways.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, a lot of talk, obviously, this year about Cena's, farewell tour. But obviously, when I imagine that AJ Styles, he's not going to be around wrestling forever, is he?
Yeah, true.
How many times is he going to be making this trip over to United Kingdom? AJ getting right to it. And I believe we have music for...
Yeah,
did
he change his theme song? Yeah, like everyone else seems to be doing?
Yeah, he got Death Rebel, sadly. He had such a banging theme before as well. But
did he just rip up a Prime? No, I must have said something bad about Prime for him to rip that up, surely. Otherwise, those involved would not be happy.
Rhymes with slick, but again, just
oh, okay.
But But yeah, Logan Paul is coming out.
Who are you, chant? There we go. Classic. Sit at every British wrestling show.
I have got it on mute, by the way. I've got it on.
Oh, okay.
Got the subtitles on. I wasn't wanting to hear you otherwise.
Yeah, no guys. What are those glasses? He's going to watch a film in the cinema. 3D, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe he's got the first clip of the new Avatar film, maybe.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he's just been watching it in the back. Forgot to take them off. There we go. All right.
We do have Logan Paul in the ring now as well. Getting very interesting reception from a London crowd, I can imagine.
Yeah, just booing the whole time. All right. Well, none of you, including AJ, have the same level of fame as him. So obviously they're all jealous, is the point he's making.
I guess it's just anything he says. It's just very genuine, very him, isn't it?
Yeah.
AJ is usually a man of a few words.
I was going to say, what would AJ say in this scenario? You know, it's kind of simple in some ways. So it's an easy promo to kind of build, lead into. Who are you, chant again? Is AJ's holding the mic up for it?
Yeah. It's such a British kind of chant, isn't it?
To one of the most famous men in the world. Who are you?
Yeah. International fans.
Yeah.
They may be a bit confused, but we do chant this quite a lot. Any kind of sporting, music, entertainment event. I guess.
Yeah, everything.
One of those that everyone just knows.
They're hitting the mute button now as well, Lucas, because they've got the shut the F up chant going as well.
Yeah, and as before fans get angry at this, for Netflix of this actually, it is a WWE-led decision to do this. They are wanting to censor and edit out that chant, which is up to them. It's their product, I guess.
It's funny what they do keep and don't keep, though, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and interesting on the show where we had blood earlier.
Yeah, and a few swears from Cody Rhodes earlier.
Yeah. We had. Yeah, I mean, we had a very, very good opening promo segment, which I guess you've spoken about on the stream already. And yeah, it was a very, very, very good promo segment. And the first mention of The Rock, the Chamber,
only took a month,
guys, which is just a bit bonkers when you think about it. But yeah, it was a very, very good promo exchange. It did end though with John Cena eating the crossroads in the middle of the ring. And I think that definitely this was more what we wanted.
Yeah.
What I wanted, going into this Mania build, because it's been very weird. It's been very disjointed with this Rock thing. I think it just being mentioned tonight has helped that, and getting a bit physical, I think that's also helped the cause. Because obviously we imagine it's going to be a very, very big match, but we have got a lot of TV to sit through. And we don't want to be sitting through the same promo every single week. But no, yeah, we have got AJ Styles and Logan Paul going at it in the ring at the moment, verbally.
Easy stuff, though. Just calling him the biggest douchebag. And
yeah, AJ knows how to get these kind of cheap beats, It's still bonkers to think that AJ Styles was a wrestler in WCW.
Yeah, true.
He very, very late on in WCW. He did wrestle one Nitro. Which is bonkers.
Is there anyone else on the roster with that accolade?
She's still employed, but
still wrestlers.
Had a match for a long time. But Maiko Satomura, of course, former NXT,
right? Yeah,
women's champion. She had matches on Nitro in the 90s.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
But she has not wrestled in the WWE since 2023, I believe.
Yeah.
But she's still currently employed by the company.
I don't think there's anyone else, is there? I mean, yeah, all the legends have kind of either left the company or actually retired now. That would have been in that era as well.
Yeah, obviously you got people like
Rey Mysterio, of course. Rey Mysterio. Yeah.
Rey Mysterio, the evergreen Rey Mysterio.
Yeah. We don't count him. He'll be wrestling in 25 years. Yeah.
Yeah, there's moments where you look at him and go, he's gonna slow down at some point.
Yeah.
Right? You're gonna start getting like, looking like, bless them, but towards the end of their WWE 10 years, people like Big Show and Kane, when you're like, it probably might be time to
Yeah.
stop doing this now, guys.
Mm.
Like, you've given us enough matches, enough moments. But Ray's not getting that, is he? He's not.
No?
He's just. I think he's actually got better since being in the Hall of Fame. I think that. I know it's got bonkers.
Yeah.
Got better.
Yeah.
Everything he does is so slick. He's still able to obviously be, such a massive draw for them. But it does just feel like, everything's just going better for him. But yeah, we are still in the middle of this promo segment with Logan Paul and AJ Styles. I mean, am I the only one that thought this? But AJ Styles seemed to be more going after Bron Breakker when he came back.
Yeah.
And now they pivoted to this feud. So it does make me think, obviously, it was not as interesting as last year's WrestleMania. Obviously, WrestleMania last year, build and the changes and all that stuff. But it just makes me think, what's kind of changed? There was a lot of rude hand gestures from the front row section at the moment. But yeah, it just makes me think, what was the original plan, for this?
I think with a lot of these things as well, carrying cross is a great example. I mentioned it a little bit on the preview before the show actually started, but they paired him with the White Six, they paired him with a feud with them, but also had his own stable. That stable's been pulled apart. So what they're doing with him, they clearly want to do something because they keep putting him involved with storylines, but they keep pivoting, it seems. So it's a strange one. And like you say, AJ Styles comes back, they change their mind there. But here they're very much on the Logan Paul situation as Logan Paul tries to attack him, but AJ has stopped that. And we're definitely getting this at WrestleMania. Going for the Styles Clash, but doesn't work.
You are a little bit ahead, but Logan Paul has slid out the ring. But AJ's following him. I must admit, the security are very, very selective with what they decide.
I know. Mate, I said the same thing. When Jimmy Uso was looking like he was about to die, no one came out. But 10 minutes earlier, they were all out there trying to help him, get him off the ring.
or let's just forget, Barcelona with Charlotte Flair and
100 of them,
30 grown men. Struggle to control the actions of two women. For about 20 minutes of the program. But now, yes, we do have Logan Paul.
Oh, that's a lovely move, that.
Oh, it's a beautiful move, isn't it? There we go. He's laid out AJ.
The chant at the moment, by the way, Lucas, because I know you're mute, is YouTube W word.
That is, again, such a British kind of chant. I know that American fans won't think, but
like the old bus, from the In-Betweeners.
I think this is a good way to end the segment, personally. I think, at the end of the day, I know there'll be people. Thing is, this is the thing. WWE know there'll be people in comment sections on shows like ours who will sit there and cuss out Logan Paul and say he's a YouTuber, say he doesn't deserve this, that, and the other. But this is what they want. This is what they want. And, we've got the fact now that Logan Paul has laid out AJ Styles. As we now have headed back, by the way, for an interview with the women's IC champion, Lyra Valkyria. Where are they? I don't know. They keep choosing these weird little spaces to have these interviews.
Yes, I mean, it's definitely at the O2 because you see the graphics, so it's not.
Oh, that's the 21 Nights, isn't it, Prince? I was at one of those concerts. Absolute, wow. A brilliant concert.
So they're talking about.
She's mentioning Bayley.
Yeah, because they really. Okay, so it's the rematch next week: Lyra versus Bayley for the IC title. Okay, they're singing the "Hey Bayley" song in the background as expected, as mention of Bayley, but the Judgment Day ladies earlier on basically said, "Oh, we got to sort this Lyra and Bayley situation out," as if we're going to get a tag match. And there's only one place to put that now, is WrestleMania.
I mean, obviously, there are 3 weeks to WrestleMania, so maybe we do see next week Lyra and Bayley ending with, obviously, the Judgment Day girls interfering, set up a tag.
Yeah. That's their way of sorting the problem, sort of thing,
of the program. Because something we should, they could do it on the same night. They haven't done that in quite some time, actually. They haven't done the whole singles match turning into a tag.
Yeah, true.
Off the break kind of angle gimmick. They've set up tag matches directly from a brawl. Like they do that. Well, basically the bloodline spot now, isn't it? They brawl with someone. a few people. Everyone's dancing now at the announce table. But yeah, you know, it's a good way to feature some more women on the show. But it does beg the question. I did think, and I'm still baffled as to why Roxanne Perez versus Bayley just isn't the match. Anyhow, like
that was such a hot feud already. Like it was ready made, and they've just even on NXT, even keeping Roxanne on NXT for a little bit longer, it does seem like a weird decision. But again, with a lot of the ones we just spoke about, it feels like they kind of undenied and changed their mind.
They had within. Oh, sorry, my TV went. You're gonna get the disconnected sound in a second, I think. No, the fact they had obviously the Rumble, NXT Vengeance Day, and then obviously the Chamber within such short period of time.
Yeah,
and Bayley and Roxanne Perez feud was featured as part of all three of those things. Obviously began at the Rumble and continued NXT before the Rumble actually.
Yeah,
continued through the Rumble, but had been the main kind of spot for it. You know, and it was so hot, especially after the Chamber as well. I'm baffled as to, you know, what's going on. I know she's still got some loose ends on NXT, but that's never really stopped them before doing something. No. You know,
she had one of the biggest spots in Women's Rumble history, Roxanne. You know, and to kind of do nothing with that just seems really bizarre. I mean, she hasn't featured at all on this European tour. We're seeing ads now to advertise next week's Raw, which feels weird, doesn't it, Lucas, to see it at a time that we won't be able to watch reasonably, which is a real shame.
Returns next week as
really enjoyed doing these shows here, but it'd be great to see, as you can see, El Grande Americano back next week as well. Seth Rollins being advertised for next week's Raw. So, they're very much in North America mode, it seems, and they're promoting that show very heavily already. As you do see often with these Raw and SmackDowns, to be fair, they promote the next week. I think a lot better than they used to these days. The cards are quite full before we get going. Now, we've got a comment here about Rhea. We will be seeing Rhea up next. Oh, look at that. Attire for a referee, Lucas. Quite different to what we've seen before. I like when they put a little bit of personality in it.
I mean, if you got it, flaunt it, as I say.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I believe it is now time for the main event of the evening. I know a lot of people were expecting or thinking The Rock would be in attendance tonight, but I don't know.
It don't look like it.
Seeing that the Women's World Championship match is main eventing. We've got the special guest referee, Bianca Belair, making her way down to the ring. The match is, of course, Io Sky, the current champion, facing Rhea Ripley in her rematch, which is interesting because, you know, again, another rule that they kind of seem to, you know, change their minds every now and again is this whole automatic rematch clause. I thought the whole thing was they were a thing of the past, but sometimes it seemed very much like, oh yeah, of course you're going to just get one now.
Because they've kind of touched on it as if that is the case, but then she's also had to plead for it. And then last week, you know, Pierce had to go, I've been trying to get it for you anyway. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. It's like he suddenly remembered. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, yeah, and also, you know, this is the first time they've kind of done something like this, where they've had, obviously, the Chamber winner, you know, who obviously has a automatic right for this match at WrestleMania, kind of still somewhat get involved. And also, talking about loose ends, you know, Bianca very much has still got a loose end when it comes to Naomi and Jade Cargill.
Yeah.
Which obviously they're both over on SmackDown, and obviously in the middle of a feud and rivalry. But I think they haven't really done enough to exonerate Bianca from this.
Nah.
You know,
I think she's looked more like a heel lately, but within reason, because she's obviously would be annoyed at winning her shot and Rhea getting involved, and it just kind of bubbles under the surface and almost like is weird that she's so distracted and in her own world. She doesn't care what her two best friends are up to anymore. So I think all this stuff will come back to bite her, and she will end up being involved in the feud again. As you know, again, I've been saying for months, I think she's in on it. But yeah, I think it's a clever way to separate them, because they clearly didn't want to do it at WrestleMania. So they've done well now to separate her. But it's surely coming back around again for Bianca in that feud.
You think so? I mean, this might be something they say for SummerSlam potentially down the line. But yeah, the advertising Road to Clash in Paris.
Yeah.
Which will feature television from Dublin as well as from Birmingham, the first Raw in Birmingham, I think this was about a decade or so, didn't it? It's quite some time. And then, of course, 3 broadcasts from France. Sorry.
Yeah.
Turned to Lyon, which was an amazing crowd. For Backlash last year.
Yeah.
And then they are having their first PLE in Paris a couple of days later, followed by an episode of Monday Night Raw. And that's something that the thing is, this was announced in January. That's in Paris was, sorry. This Road 2 tour has been announced a couple of weeks ago. And they're still doing the pre-orders and the pre-registers and stuff. But, it is going to be a very competitive week for wrestling in the United Kingdom, as obviously that same week WWE are in town. All Elite Wrestling will be in town for what we believe is Forbidden Door.
Yeah. But even that, they've been slow on the promo for it, haven't they? They haven't told us where it is yet, I don't think.
Yeah, it just seems a bit like... Let's go to all events now.
It's like they're saying who moves first.
Maybe. But in general, it just feels like all events end up like... They get announced, and then you pre-register, which sometimes involves you have to download an app or make another account on the website. And you wait and you wait and wait, and you eventually get the email information. But I think that might be the most. You never get any information about ticket prices and all that kind of stuff until
they hold that back.
And then it is just like peeling back the curtain and being like, oh, what am I going to get? How many figures are we talking? How many numbers?
How many zeros are on it?
To a point. And obviously we know about Ticketmaster shenanigans. Obviously, report my kind of rant. I think at the end of my trip.
Yeah.
To
good points though. Yeah.
To Spain, we got Judgment Day. Sorry, having another argument.
Liv doesn't look happy.
No, I think Liv wants to take over.
Yeah, and they're playing Dominic, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you work just as hard for the victory, basically, Yeah.
This will be interesting what happens. I think this will be something more next week.
She's basically saying, look, Finn went for the IC title and lost. You need to be going for it, It's kind of what she's getting at. So maybe we will get back to that fatal 4-way kind of.
I think we will
possibility.
I think
Bianca Belair back in the ring though.
To prove himself, to earn the shot. Oh, Alicia Taylor's in the ring now. I noticed that the guy on SmackDown, forget his name now, the new ring announcer.
The new one. What was his name?
Matt something, wasn't it? Matt.
Yeah, it was 2 very short names. I remember that.
Yeah, we say it's Matt Ball.
Yeah.
It's not Matt Ball. I think Matt Nash. Was it Matt Nash?
I think it was. I think it was.
Matt Nash, shouldn't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
Rhea Ripley making mentions now, the way, guys. Women's World Championship main event coming up. But I think So obviously we're talking about the road, the tours, weren't we? Prior to this. So obviously they're touring again in August, which again will be good for us because we like our television at this kind of reasonable hour.
Yeah,
it's going to start going back to 1 a.m. next week.
No.
I think it just allows you to have more energy and stuff. But yeah, I mean, it just seemed like they've done the pre-register and we don't know when the tickets are being released. You'd have to imagine somewhat soon though, because and I mean, it would be kind of in WWE's best interest to just release them soon. Because it just feels a bit like AEW haven't announced anything.
Yeah. And
so you may as well just do it.
Yeah, they could easily one-up in essentially because, like you say, look, Birmingham and London, they're not, they might not have too much crossover, but there will be some. There will be some that would have been thinking, I'm going to go to Forbidden Door and then going, oh, maybe I won't. Maybe I'll go to Clash in Paris instead or whatever it may be. So,
a lot of people kind of, I'm reading comments of, online are, saying that they will just travel travel up and down. I mean, obviously, this is a thing international viewers might not realise, but the UK, we're not the biggest country. We're an expensive country. It's a problem. But if you've got a car load of friends who want to travel around for these shows and you're kind of all off work and you've got the money to do so, it's not going to be out of the realms that you can travel from London to Birmingham, even flying over from Dublin.
Yeah.
To London.
True, yeah.
An hour on a plane. It's an hour on a plane. You can arrive at if you're a millionaire, you can arrive at City Airport if you want. You can basically be at the O2 within half an hour, 40 minutes from that.
Yeah.
If you've, not got a silver spoon in your mouth, you fly to Gatwick or Stansted even. But even so, he's saying that, you jump on a Gatwick or Stansted Express, you're in Central London, 40 minutes or so.
Yeah.
So it is all very doable. And obviously there are fans in America who do the same thing. Look at Green Shirt Guy,
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he gets around.
Yeah, he gets around. And America's a huge country. Whereas, we are dealing with the fact that we're smaller. And it is doable. Especially if you have the money and the time to do so. I myself, I thought I'd let you know, I am looking into Dublin.
I'm thinking the same, man.
Yeah, I wonder why you are.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
Well, the Irish love a drink, don't they? So does Scott.
Hey, my wife's got Irish family. We go there often, so
But no, I'm looking into it. As I'm really getting used to this international thing. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I think it's just the fact you have a little break around it, don't you? Do you know what I mean? Like you have a little couple of days off.
And I think that's what the big thing about these big American PLEs have always been as well. Like for me, going Mania a few times, but now to have the option to go here, especially when these things are getting more and more expensive, and to go to Mania and to the US is more expensive. European fans have, not only local shows, but as you say, they can kind of hop on an hour journey plane and go to another country, see the city, and go to a Raw as well. So there's definitely a lot in it for us.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I think that there'll always be the international crowds that want to go to WrestleMania and SummerSlam, and that will never kind of go away.
Yeah,
but I do think that some people, we may see a trend of people, deliberately kind of skipping a Mania to do like a Clash, for example.
Yeah. I can't do Mania this year, so I'll do this instead, sort of thing.
Yeah. Because it just obviously, it depends on obviously your work pattern and obviously what else you go on. But for me, it's just much easier to hop on and do these things where, like I said, I can do Dublin, I can be there for a couple of days, and it's not really going to affect anything else I'm doing. Whereas obviously going to something like America, it has to be like a kind of, in my opinion, it has to be at least like a week deal. You can maybe get away with like 5 days.
Yeah. 5's a push. Back in the day, you could do 5 days when it weren't WrestleMania week.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Obviously, we cover as much of WrestleMania as we can.
Yeah.
On this channel, as also WrestleMania week on this channel as we can, but it does look like there's going to be an awful lot to have to try to cover. WWE have really stacked it for anyone that is in Vegas, and obviously, we do obviously welcome comments from people if you are going to be in Vegas yourself, and obviously you want to send comments or tag us or whatever. And, I'm more than happy to obviously reply and all that kind of stuff, because I think it's going to be such a kind of vibe in Vegas because we've got obviously 2 nights of WrestleMania, NXT, SmackDown, Raw, and I think they've announced also the NXT after.
Yeah, on the Tuesday. Yeah,
it's in the week episode of NXT. It's going to be in Las Vegas. Alongside obviously the fan access or WWE World thing, after parties, they've just announced the roast. It is, I mean, look, if people are going there with unlimited money supply, like they've got the Sims motherload code or something, then you're going to have an absolute blast of a week. And go for it by all means. But I'm with you in thinking that like these kind of 4 or 5 days hopping over to America for Mania are kind of gone now, sadly. The show has just become the week has just become so full. In case of you'd have to either deliberately miss things out, or you'd have to just be shattered. What would you do? You'd arrive on you arrive Thursday, sleep it off, and then literally go out on Friday all day.
Yeah, and the whole point is, again, like you want to see the city, you want to see where you are, so you need a night off. You need to have a night to go to a restaurant or something like that, so there's only so much you can do in the daytime when you're tired sleeping off the night before, so when it becomes a bit too much. But hey, we can't complain. Even watching at home is tiring, but as you say, we'll cover as much as we can.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we've got some near falls at the moment. Bianca Belair doing a decent-ish job as ref. She's kind of
She's being normal, partial, calling it down the middle at the moment. Will it stay this way? Probably not. I think she's going to be her own undoing, essentially. She's going to be so annoyed with Rhea that she's going to cost Rhea the match. Therefore, Rhea deserves to be in the triple threat, which is the thing that Bianca was trying to prevent the whole time. It'd be kind of an irony thing.
Yeah. Well, we shall see. Obviously, it does feel like we just had big clothesline there from Rhea Ripley, but Sky is kind of not saying that as much. He's really prepared for everything that Rhea Ripley can dish out at her. But yeah, no, I think back to obviously this, I'm just going to call it this tour thing. I think it's just quite interesting. I think obviously people following can maybe understand like what we mean, but I think it's important to have those kind of. We went to Barcelona, which had a day where I did some cultural stuff, and then the next day, SmackDown, as much as obviously it was raining and stuff, did some bits and pieces. Then you have the show, and I think that's nice. And I couldn't imagine kind of filling or trying to fill that with obviously everything else that WrestleMania week kind of throws at you nowadays.
Yeah.
And obviously the more time you add to anywhere, the more expensive it gets. So it's a case of, do you go for like 10 days, let's say, so you have some time either before or after the event, piece you want to do, or do you? Yeah, that's the thing. It's all the thing. And those decisions are just easier when we're dealing with events outside of the world. I say, including most of Europe in this. Like so like for Dublin, it'd be very easy to kind of do that within like a couple of days, and
you can do a few days.
Yeah. You just turn it into like some people might, I guess, a lot of people might turn it into like a long weekend, I guess. But it's interesting they're in Liverpool the next day because obviously there is obviously a ferry, isn't there, from I don't think it's Dublin or Belfast to Liverpool. Irish people don't hate me for this, but yeah, I can't remember. There was a ferry, definitely. Obviously, you've got the whole ferry across the Mersey, don't you, across the Mersey River.
Yeah. So what? It's not a TV show, is it? It's just a house show.
It's a house show, yeah, but it's an interesting one. They've done. I just find it interesting that they've done that next.
That connection, okay, yeah.
It does show like some logistical kind of skill there, where they've decided we're going to there because there's going to be a transport link for us to get there. Obviously, it is WWE, so they can have like private jets and stuff.
Yeah.
Obviously, you have to imagine, like most companies nowadays, they're thinking about the environmental impact of what they're doing. And logistics as well is and family time is very important for Triple H. I think that's why tonight in Raw we're probably not seeing Seth Rollins. He's probably flown home.
Yeah,
Becky and the kids. Because that does obviously matter to someone like Triple H. And so, and for the UK or European-based workers, I guess that tour. And the thing is, it is actually a tour. I think this one, obviously, don't get me wrong, it's impossibly hard what they're doing at their level. Nice kick there from Rhea Ripley. So we are in the middle of a main event match as well. But it just seemed that it's very by the numbers so far.
We just come back from the actual break now, so you probably start picking up from this point. We were on the Netflix exclusive section there,
which I love. And again, I'm so annoyed they take these out when they.
Yeah, I just think that's such a weird decision if it's going to get replayed.
Actually, I mean, someone there cutting actual wrestling. I don't know.
Yeah. And they commentate for it as well. It's usually good stuff. Like sometimes it's a rest hold, but I'd say 80% of the time it's actually not. It's actually a continuation of the match.
And it's just fascinating watching from the perspective, obviously, of the wrestlers as well. Like, obviously, you miss out a lot of the villains' work because you're done in ad breaks, which obviously, if you're kind of relying upon, almost collided with Bianca Belair then, she just got out of the way. But yeah, you get to see obviously kind of like a lot of their stuff, because usually you only see the bad guy or the bad girl in the match or do their stuff right at the beginning and right at the end. You don't often see their stuff in the ad because the ad breaks take over.
Yeah,
but it's a very interesting tactic, which there must be a reason for it. Somewhere down the road.
Yeah,
but I'm failing. I'm really struggling with.
I don't get it either.
Because like I said, they commentate
cut it down or
they commentate over it. They make it make it known, very aware that the match is still going on, that it's live and everything. There doesn't seem to be anything in there really that screams like we don't want to put this on TV kind of thing.
No, sometimes there's promos that do add to the story as well. Like not massively, like you don't miss out massively by not seeing him. But I don't know if it's just simply that because the American audience can't see it, they don't want to make it seem like they're getting shortchanged in the US or something like that. You know, because they go, oh, why don't I see this when I watch it live? And therefore people don't watch it live. Maybe that's the issue.
Potentially. I just found it a very daft decision. But yeah, both women made it back into the ring following some brawling on the outside.
Lucas, I'm going to hop out to go to the toilet if you want to take over for a few moments. Is that all right?
Yeah.
All
so,
right.
yeah, it does seem like we're, both ladies trading blows in the middle of the ring. I must admit, they do have a bit of sloppiness in both of these two. When it comes to little tiny bits and pieces. I think they're fantastic wrestlers, but I just think sometimes when they're in the ring together, we kind of miss some of that fantasticness. Io Sky with a roll up, that roll through, and that foot stomp to the midsection of Rhea Ripley. Well, she can look for the over the moonsault. Must admit, she's got such a beautiful moonsault. There's 3 people in this company now. Io Sky. Oh, is Rhea going? Is she going for a super electric chair? I think she might be. Oh, Io went for a poison rana from the top. Oh. Samoan drop. Huh? I'm not too sure what happened there. As I'm not, yeah. It looked like a Samoan drop, but it kind of looked like, but it also looked like then it was like a crucifix bomb. It didn't have the smoothest the clearest of landings from the angle they showed. But yeah, it has ended, with Io Sky kind of on the better end of things. She's the one up first in the corner. And Mark Cole, they mentioned there's a lot of people. Sorry, yeah, he just said there are people watching for the first time on Netflix in India, as if they've got a new relationship with Netflix over there. But I think in general there are a lot of people who are watching WWE for the first time this year, or for the first time in a long time this year, because of the Netflix deal. And I think, it's something which we fully are just so a headbutt, almost like a glass cow kiss. No, she's not a Scottish, maybe an Adelaide kiss. But very perfectly, picture perfect that. But yeah, the match is definitely picking up pace now. I have to imagine in the last 5-10 minutes of this.
Have I missed much important stuff, or has it just been by the numbers?
It's been pretty decent. We've seen some big stuff. We saw a nice crucifix bomb from Io Sky off the top rope. We've then just seen Rhea Ripley take out Io Sky with what I'm dubbing the Adelaide kiss.
Oh, nice. Oh, I know I'm a few seconds in front of you.
More power being displayed.
Big move.
Oh, I think she landed right in the back of her neck there.
Kind of like a razor's edge and then into a massive knee. It feels weird to watch Bianca in the corner when she's not doing anything. I'm like, oh, why is she not getting involved? Oh, yeah, she's not a wrestler at the moment. She's the ref.
But now we do have Rhea giving a bit of lip. I think her head's off.
Got a VAR chant coming from the fans in London.
With a VAR, very European football related. That's American football. I will not say the S word. Yeah, I think Bianca's lost her headset somehow.
Oh, really? Which is probably more key for someone in her position than a usual ref at this point. Oh, rough landing on the back of the shoulders there for Rhea.
But there have been quite a few of that, actually. Oh, a near fall.
Definitely 50-50.
It is very back and forth. Like, anyone could win this, which I guess is what you want for this kind of match. Oh, Bianca right there. Oh, Bianca's been taken out.
That's it. And obviously the fans want to count the pins that Bianca can't, but where's this going to lead to?
It's going to lead to a riptide. Yes, it is, but obviously there's no
15 count as Rhea's face changes. Or a 207 count for all we know. We don't expect Bianca to be getting in and counting the full anytime soon. As you can see, Rhea is quite disappointed by this fact. And I think this is going to go where I expected, Lucas. I think Bianca's going to cause Rhea to lose, which will essentially mean that she gets thrown into the match. Because I think giving the title to Rhea here would be a massive misstep.
Same. I think, obviously, they did a very shock change a few weeks ago when Io Sky beat Rhea Ripley.
Yeah.
And I think that they got away with it because Io Sky is very beloved by the fans.
100%, yeah.
And it although, yes, you know, you can say, oh, someone should have been built up to beat Rhea Ripley at WrestleMania. It's like, well, not every title's going to be that. We're already having that story with Gunther, you know, his belt. We're already having that story with John Cena, Cody Rhodes, you know, and that belt. You know, not every single chat, oh, here we go. Don't put your hands on the ref, blah, blah.
Speaking of ref, Lucas, we've been getting the classic chant of "You're not fit to referee." Oh, there we go. Slap from Rhea to the ref. You couldn't do that to Hebner.
Technically.
Yeah, Rhea looks distraught. She's looking up to the WrestleMania signs as if to say, what have I done? Oh, she's not the only one. Because Io is taking Bianca out as well.
So, I mean, so we have the fact that, okay, let's just rewind here. So we do have the fact that Rhea Ripley was accidentally booted by Bianca Belair was actually booted in the face by Rhea Ripley.
Oh, she's a heel, Lucas. She's a heel.
Oh,
she's DQ'd. Is it Rhea she DQ'd?
Or has she?
Either way, Io's still the champ. A big boo from the fans when she made her decision. Rhea's fuming. She's going to snap, surely, and this will just lead to a triple threat eventually anyway. And I think that's the right way to go, as I say. I don't think they should have been kind of taking the title off it or taking Io out of this storyline. She doesn't. Oh, my gosh. She flies out a moonsault anyway, still very much involved with this storyline for sure. And again, deserves to be as well, as you say, Lucas. To take the title off of Rhea, they got away with it because it was someone so beloved as Io, and you can't take her out of the storyline now. And even if the marquee match is Rhea versus Bianca, it'd be wrong to kind of change it now.
I guess it's much harder with the women as well because obviously they can only ever be like, you know, a couple of these kind of big matches, isn't it? That people
so many spots,
and so you've got to space them out. You've got the Adelaide Kiss there.
How does this night end then? Because Rhea's now, she's taking out Bianca. She's doing the same to Io. Does she just walk out on, looking strong, or do we, for the 15th time tonight, feel like we should have got someone breaking away? The changed what? Sorry.
The riptide. It seems like she kind of changed it a bit. I mean,
like she lets go of it more than it's more of a release one now. It feels like. Now, Michael Cole saying she's still not going to WrestleMania because she's not the champion, essentially. There's the title on the outside as well. We did get some speculation earlier tonight that maybe there was going to be a revelation of a new title because we saw the plinth and something covering it. I assume it would have just been this championship and being kind of prepared. But the fans are chanting one more time as Bianca is being pulled by her hair by Rhea Ripley into the corner. It looks like she's going to set up a riptide from the top rope.
It's a hard one because even though Bianca kind of is seeming heel, like she also kind of isn't.
It's one of those typical, the heels in the right. But
Yeah.
I think it is also set up for when she eventually is pulled back into the Jade Cargill situation, which, could even happen at WrestleMania.
The thing is now, though, is these ladies have now given away like quite a few kind of big spots at that.
True.
We've seen the top rope riptide now.
We've seen
obviously EOP pin Rhea. Rhea.
And also, as much as I enjoyed that match and what they've done over the past few weeks, we're exactly where we were before the tour.
Yeah, and maybe that was the goal. Though, obviously, we've got 3 episodes of Monday Night Raw remaining until WrestleMania. And this is maybe the plan now. We're going to just fully go next Monday in Minneapolis. Continuing where we are. But yeah, I've got to hop out now anyway.
It's been a pleasure to have you, mate. The European Tour has been a lot of fun, and
we'll miss it.
We will indeed. But yeah, I'll catch you soon, mate. Again, we'll have a lot more content coming soon. Big thank you to Lucas for joining us. But we'll head to our final thoughts on this watch along before heading into the instant reaction review in just a moment. So Lucas, see you later, mate.
See you, man.
Cheers. All right. So once again, Raw is now over. It is in the books, as is the European Tour. You've been watching the watch along for Monday Night Raw from the O2 in London. But what we're going to do now is head over to the instant reaction review. We're going to break down the show segment by segment, match by match, and talk about all the big stories coming out of it. So make sure you stay tuned. It's going to be within this very stream. If you're watching live or if you're watching on demand, you can find it on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. But as I say, stay tuned, guys. We'll be back for the instant reaction review right after this.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. My name is Scott, and we are here to break down everything we've seen on Monday Night Raw from London. That's right, it's the final stop on the European Road to WrestleMania Tour. We are well and truly on that road, but sadly, from this point on, it no longer stops through Europe. But it's been a fun European tour, and it ended with a pretty fun London-based show again at the O2 Arena. And what we're going to do now, as I say, is break down everything we saw on Monday Night Raw. So let's start with the first segment. Of course, it was another Raw starting out with John Cena and Cody Rhodes. This time, though, we saw something a little bit different from the guys. We actually saw a little bit of physicality, would you believe it? That's right. It started out with an entrance from John Cena after a chorus of "Let's Go Cena" and "Cena sucks" chants dueling, as you would imagine, from the fans at the O2. And then Cena came out, and before he even got to speak, Cody Rhodes made his way to the ring as well. He basically tried to get ahead of Cena. He said, look, all the things you're going to bring up, I'll bring them up for you. I have a lisp. Some words are hard to say, including Stardust. Talked about his tattoo and things like that, which John Cena did go against later on. He said, look, the tattoo is not about where it is. It's more about like you're basically a mark for yourself, and you just like these wrestling fans here. And again, trying to go on this whole kind of "I'm going to ruin wrestling, you sold out" chants were going around the arena. But then he also basically said that Cody was mediocre and he's here not to just bury talent. That's not what he does. He is talent. He buries mediocrity. Said that Cody had basically stolen the blueprint from him and has created this morph of characters of all the favorite wrestlers and TV shows that Cody Rhodes enjoys. So quite an interesting point there. Cody had a few kind of lines himself. He did say, look, you've got more, I think it was something like more D in something like his promo or something like that than his jorts. I can't quite remember what it was, but he used a few naughty words in this promo essentially. But Cody essentially, I think, came out on top out of the two. It was pretty fiery from the both of them. And again, Cena had some good points as well. They finally mentioned The Rock after about a month. And Cena also had a jab coming his way from Cody Rhodes talking about how he's trying to look and act like he's 16 and hang out with Zac Efron, who's definitely not 16 himself. But yeah, kind of just took the mick out of his kind of Hollywood career, if you will, and kind of his change for that as well. Cena tried to go along with it and just kind of, let it be water for ducks back, essentially, but had a few, as I say, jabs back himself. The audience were slowly starting to turn, actually. They were slowly starting to boo Cody Rhodes, which is a big, big risk, I felt, already. And they were certainly heading that way. They were cheering things John Cena was saying. They were booing Cody Rhodes, as I say. And then there was a big line from John Cena that said, look, I'm here to make empires for billionaires. All you've done is ever steal money from their kids, which again felt like a jab reference in, AEW, essentially, the Khan family there as well. Cody even tried to bring back the old kind of you can't wrestle stuff, which is weird because I do feel like a lot of Cena's character at the moment is basically acting like he turned heel, how he would have been if he turned heel 15 years ago. Going, oh, you guys think I can't wrestle and you guys this and that, you booed me even when I tried to do this and whatever else. Anyway, Cena eventually went for the cheap shot. Cody Rhodes ducked, hits him with the crossroads and then threw his hat down on top of him. And that was pretty much the end of the segment. But a fun opening segment to a hot crowd in London, as you would expect. This time we finally, as I say, got some progression, it felt, because they actually referred to The Rock. Cody just came out there straight away and started talking. Nice jabs between the two of them verbally, and then of course again a bit of physicality as well. Quite a fun, enjoyable opener to the show. It was never going to be a match, right? It was never going to start out with an actual wrestling match, but still, from what we did see, was quite fun. I was a bit concerned when last week, as I say, they announced that again we'd be getting Cody Rhodes and John Cena in the middle of the ring face to face. It's like, how many times, guys? How many times can we do this same thing? And although again something enjoyable has come out of each of those promos, it was still one that I wasn't exactly looking forward to. But hey, that was the opener. Next up, we had a little check-in with the commentators. Pat McAfee was there with Wade Barrett. They talked about going on pub crawls and things like that. They hyped up the Women's Championship match, of course, which we'll get to, which of course closed the show itself. Next up, we had the New Day. They came out for a tag match, basically saying they had to prove themselves in order to get the tag title match against the War Raiders that they had tried to claim, I think, the week before now in Glasgow, and Adam Pearce weren't too happy about it. So Adam Pearce does come out and say, look, you've got to prove yourselves against New Catch Republic. That's right. Pete Dunne, Tyler Bate, back together as a tag team. Not only that, Tyler Bate is back from the injury list. So that was really good to see him. They were quite fun, it was quite fun seeing them back together, essentially. The New Day played the heels perfectly. They did go over in this match and eventually did have a little bit of a face-off against the champions on the top of the ramp in the form of the War Raiders. But I think it was a good match for the New Catch Republic. I really don't know what we're getting with them now. Like, are they back together as a group? It was a great opportunity for them to bring Tyler Bate back in front of the London fans, and of course bring these two back together. But is that where we're going with this? It's hard to tell what they want to do with Pete Dunne. And if they don't know what to do with him, I think putting him back with Tyler Bate is the next best thing, really. If you haven't got something for him on his own, that's a clear direction. putting him with Tyler Bate makes sense. It has that little bit of nostalgia already. And yeah, it can start to kind of pump new life into the Raw tag team division, because the SmackDown one is stacked, guys, but the Raw one I do think has been lacking. And I said it earlier on the watch along. Thank you to everyone that joined us for that, by the way, whether live or if you want to catch it on demand, you can find it on this very channel as well. But I was very shocked when we were doing that, seeing the New Day come out with their new entrance theme and be kind of thrown into the break, where they do a promo in the break like they've done recently as well. So for those watching in the States, by the way, I guess we'll never see it unless you find it online or something. So not really using them anywhere as much as I thought. And I said on the stream, look, going into WrestleMania, they could be towards the top of the card. You know, if you said to me at any point in the last 10 years that the New Day were going to sort of break up with Big E, but also turn heel, I'd be like, wow, that'd be one of the biggest stories in WWE, right? No, not the case. So finally, we're getting something done with them. They are going to face off against the War Raiders soon, it would seem. Squeezing them onto WrestleMania seems interesting, because I'm not sure how many matches they're going to squeeze onto WrestleMania. Again, I'm hoping it's not going to become like it used to be, 6-7 nights a show. That's why it felt like we moved away from the one night thing and become 2, but clearly a big part of that would have been a financial incentive as well. But my fear is that we are going to get to 6-7 hour shows. Again, I hope that's not going to be the case. Look, I want to see these guys on the show, but I don't know what they're going to take off of it, because it feels like every title seemingly is going to get a showing at WrestleMania, which I'm very surprised by, because that's not even the case on PLEs. You know, there are titles that skip PLEs for months and months and months. So if there was any title that wasn't going to be defended on WrestleMania this year, I would have assumed it was the tag championships on Raw, because SmackDown tag titles have been kind of, you know, a big feature on SmackDown, whereas the Raw ones haven't been seen that much since the War Raiders even won it. But there we go. The New Day deserve to be in a big spot. So them versus the War Raiders is good for both teams. It's good for the titles. What did we get next? We had a little backstage segment from Jimmy and Jay. Jay saying, look, I'd feel a lot better if I came out with you. But Jimmy was saying, look, I have to do this on my own. Then we had a few celebrity kind of appearances from the outside. Always nice to see that. Good for WWE. We show Bianca Belair backstage, kind of getting ready to be referee later on in the night. And then the next match we see is one of the previously advertised matches. It was Gunther facing off against Jimmy Uso. And I've been saying all night, really, that the whole point of this surely was Jimmy to try and put a dent in Gunther's WrestleMania preparations in facing his brother. He wanted to show the world and his brother that Gunther can be beaten. Well, it turns out that wasn't the case. Not for Jimmy anyway, because Jimmy actually got destroyed. Now, don't get me wrong. The match was back and forth for the most part. Jimmy was taking control of for quite a bit of it, but Jimmy did get a lot of kind of offense in there as well. But eventually, Gunther would win in around 8 minutes, and you saw him basically take out Jimmy in a way that I thought was kind of mild. I thought we'd be getting like a steel chair, one of those typical things you put on his leg and then you stamp it or something like that. Jay comes out to make the save. Didn't see that. He just got beat down essentially. Then we go to the break. Jay has come out there as well, and he's tried to fight off Gunther. He escapes through the crowd, and then Jay's checking on Jimmy, the doctors and all that, trying to get him up. Then we come back from the break, and Gunther attacks them both from behind in what becomes an incredible kind of segment. He beats them both down. He zip ties Jey Uso to the ropes so that he can't get to Jimmy. He beats up Jimmy on the outside. Then he gets in and taunts Jay. He holds the title, says, this is as close as you're going to get to it. Jimmy at this point has worked up some energy, and he's going to try and get his way back into the ring. He tries to climb over the top rope, into the ropes even. Jimmy, it gets hit right in the face with the title, falls back to the outside of the ring, and then Gunther continues to taunt Jay, who can't get away. And at this point you think, oh, this ain't looking good for Jimmy Uso. Jimmy Uso then climbs back into the ring valiantly, but he is a crimson mess, blood everywhere essentially. Very interested to see this on Monday Night Raw, by the way. But yeah, he looked an absolute state, and it was a great visual, and I think it really helped build this feud leading into WrestleMania. I mentioned it on the watch along. I've mentioned it a few times now. This is a strange feud, considering the fact that we saw Jay fail to win the title just a few weeks before the Royal Rumble at Saturday night's main event. I think twice even. So to do it again feels a little odd. Now, yeah, he won the Rumble. but I like the way they've turned this storyline into something to care about. First, it was about him winning the Rumble, and then I weren't sure if it was enough, as I say. Then it ended up being that Gunther thought, you're not good enough to face me. Just go pick Cody. Do what you want to do over there. And he was annoyed and he was embarrassed that he'd been picked by Jay, and he wanted to make an example of him and started getting aggressive on top of him. Then, and animosity starts to build from there. And I love the way they brought Jimmy back into this storyline as well. I've said a few times, I would like to have seen him go into a program with Drew, but I actually like what Drew's doing with Damian now more than I expected as well. So I'm happy for Jimmy to be involved with this storyline with Jay. And I wouldn't be surprised if Jimmy is the reason that Jay wins the world title. I think it'd be a lovely moment, to kind of, not as in a heelish way, but to kind of even the odds. Maybe Gunther has Ludwig get involved or something like that. But hey, that's another story for another day. We're a few weeks away from that just yet. Stay tuned for our WrestleMania content. Subscribe if you haven't already. We'll be going big for WrestleMania. But let's stick to Monday Night Raw for now. And again, Jimmy Uso was a bloody mess. Jey Uso still zip tied up as Gunther again kind of tries to embarrass both of them. And a really, really kind of intense moment, and really again added that kind of fuel to the fire in this feud essentially, that I think it really, really was needed. Now you're going to play this in a promo package. I can picture it already, like now Jay has not just got the title to go after and prove himself on the grandest stage of them all and finally win a major world title as far as kind of a world title goes, but also he's brings the family element back into it. And I like the fact they've done that. And I think Big Jim is getting over more and more. He's aligning himself more with the characteristics of the way he was with Jay as the tag team as well. So yeah, I really, really like this. And Michael Cole did a good job at the end of the segment as well of standing up and selling how despicable Gunther was. So for me, very enjoyable. Then we got a promo package hyping up the WrestleMania triple threat that we saw signed on SmackDown between Reigns, Punk, Seth Rollins. No appearance from either of those guys on Monday Night Raw, which was a little bit of a shame. It did feel overall that the show was somewhat, I don't want to say lacking, but I think the tour, Lucas mentioned on the tail end of the watch along as well. It's difficult when you've got, you're trying to be considerate to families and stuff like that. So you want to give people the night off. And I think that's great. But sometimes it does feel like you don't get all the big stars. But then it's like, how can you really argue? Like, you got John Cena and Cody Rhodes, like some of the biggest stars of this and the previous generation. So we still got a lot, but I think it just shows how deep their roster is, that there are big stars they can afford not to put on there. But if you went there expecting to see CM Punk and Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns, then yeah, you might be a little bit disappointed. We had a backstage segment with the Judgment Day. Finn Balor had a little bit of a cheeky dig at Raquel here. Said, unfortunate for you to not get the IC title, but don't worry, I'll be bringing it back to the Judgment Day anyway. Of course, with his men's IC title quest. Now, of course, we touch on that in a little bit more detail very soon, because we do get a tag match that contains the Intercontinental Champion Bron Breakker. He's teaming up against Penta, who, of course, went against him the week before, but the Judgment Day got involved in that because Dominic tried to lure Penta into the Judgment Day. And in that promo I just mentioned, Finn was basically saying, look, now that we got that out of the way, we can just carry on with things. And, everybody seemed okay backstage until the little dig at Raquel, where Raquel and Liv seemed a little bit annoyed by that. We didn't really get much kind of dissent between the Judgment Day. And I actually thought that's what was going to happen in this match. I thought they would actually fall apart and this would lead to a fatal four-way. And it does actually feel like that's where we're going. But at the end of the match, that wasn't the case. That's because the match ended up falling apart from the baby faces. We had Bron and Penta in a little bit of a kind of confusion moment. Essentially, Dom dropkicked Breakker through the ropes. Balor hit Penta with a coup de grace and pinned him. But this all happened because the two baby faces essentially ended up busting into each other. Bron Breakker went for the spear on Balor and he hit Penta instead. Now, of course, this is going to lead to Penta being annoyed. Bron Breakker's frustrated himself. By the way, I got to say, before we do wrap up on this match, you got the dogs barking, but also Who let the dogs out chant as well? How cool was that? I hope that continues for Bron Breakker. He's got the barking going anyway, and he's the dog. So yeah, cool to see that. I loved what the London fans did there. Look, we mentioned it on the preview for the watch along earlier on. I realized that sometimes the fans hijacking the show can seem like it's a bit too much, and I think WWE milked it and created a little bit of a problem themselves, because it does look amazing. But the argument is that they can kind of phone it in sometimes and just sit back while the fans take over. I think give the fans their space, whereas back in the day they never gave them any space. Now they do, but they almost give them too much space. And I can understand if you're watching on TV abroad, you might be thinking, oh, more of the chants, more of those same songs. But I think that's more WWE's fault. The fans are just trying to have a good time. I don't think it's so much about hijacking it. But look, you're going to try and wind up each other. It does move on to Minneapolis next week now. So let's see what they can do as far as creating this kind of atmosphere. And if they don't, I think people will regret some of the things they said about the European fans. They might want some of this kind of attitude and this kind of noise and excitement levels back. So anyway, going back to the match itself, again, some great chants in there as well. But essentially it did end with the Judgment Day looking pretty strong. As I say, later on backstage, things would change. But before that, we get to another backstage segment where Chad Gable says to Adam Pearce, that El Grande Americano was a great signing. Next week, I'm still sick, but next week I should be all right. I'll be there in my hometown. And Pearce says, no, you're still sick. You can take time off. But El Grande Americano can wrestle next week instead, which I thought was going to make Chad go, oh, okay, yeah, cool. But he seemed like he was upset because he wanted the glory as Chad, and he kind of feels like, I guess, under the mask, he can't take that. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, just in case you don't realize. I'm pretty sure he's El Grande Americano. But yeah, great match for him last week. So I'm looking forward to seeing El Grande Americano wrestle next week. But yeah, be interested to see how they play that up. And still, they're playing up into the Alpha Academy situation as well, as they popped in backstage, and Maxine wanted a conversation with Adam Pearce, which we didn't see, by the way, but it was alluded to a situation with Natalia. So we'll see where that goes as well. There's still so many storylines with loose threads leading into WrestleMania that we could potentially still see involved. See them involved at WrestleMania. But more so if we had pre-shows, So there we are. Backstage, we had Kathy Kelly about to interview Bron Breakker. Penta shows up and yells at Breakker, but producers would quickly separate the two. So again, it looks like that's where the dissents come. And at this point, again, I still thought it would be a triple threat match because there was no reason for the Judgment Day boys to start facing each other. But we'll get to that in a moment. AJ Styles is in the ring, wrapping up his entrance, and then he takes to the mic. Fans start chanting his name, and then Logan Paul comes out as well. They have a little bit of back and forth, and Logan Paul is plugging his TV show. He gets booed massively. There's a lot of fun chants as well. Who are you? Who are you? Coming from the fans in London, which is always funny when it comes to someone that we blatantly all know, especially one of the most famous guys in the world. But, to bring him down to a lower level is quite fun. He's saying, look, I'm here at forgiveness. I'm trying to teach my daughter forgiveness. I forgive you for what you did to me at MSG. And Styles says, that's all right. I forgive you for being the biggest douchebag in the WWE. They start fighting essentially after Logan Paul tries not to do anything by saying, look, London can't afford me. They point to the WrestleMania sign, but as I say, they start fighting eventually. I'm really looking forward to seeing this match at WrestleMania. It's not the most exciting storyline. It's just kind of typical, I'm a bad guy and I'm a good guy. But as I said to Lucas on a watch-along, Logan's almost got a AJ Styles-esque style about him, especially when you go to AJ Styles' earlier part of his career. So, yeah, really looking forward to seeing this match. And the pulverizer, by the way, is such a cool move. And I think he hit two of them here. But, yeah, good little segment there. And as always, as we say on this channel, did what it needed to do. It was all about kind of getting things ticking towards WrestleMania as we get to the kind of 3-week point now. We really do need to start seeing these matches get announced. So, while a lot of them have been obvious, it's nice to start finally getting graphics and pen to paper when it comes to, signings and stuff like that, like we saw on SmackDown, essentially contract signings. Backstage, we get Jackie Redmond speaking to the IC Women's Champion live with Valkyria, who thanks Bayley for helping her, but also says Bayley now deserves her shot at a rematch, and they're going to have a match next week for the IC title. But we'd also seen backstage in that segment earlier on with the Judgment Day, Liv and Raquel say that they're going to kind of keep an eye on this situation with the two of them. So I reckon they're going to get involved next week, break up that match, and it will lead to a tag team match, which is a bit odd because you've got a women's IC champ, and then there always seems to be the tag titles always seem to be around someone that's already got a belt, which just seems odd to me. So bit of a shame there. It could be Bayley and someone else, and Lyra could be doing something with someone else as well. But hey, maybe that's a title that's not being defended at WrestleMania because you need to put Liv and Raquel on it, in my opinion, because they've had such a hot streak over the past few months. Then we get to the main event. Bianca Belair comes out in quite a fancy little getup, actually, not the one we can see in this promo shot wearing the regular WWE referee shirt. She's got her own little gear customized, as you would expect. I think she makes all her own gear still to this day. WWE logo on it, but she is a referee in stripes. I liked when she showed up as well. She was wearing like a suit in stripes as well. So yeah, very, very on brand there for Bianca as far as being a referee goes. Look, this match was a pretty fun one. We did mention on the watch along that at the end it looked like we got a lot of the big spots that we could see in what looks to be a WrestleMania triple threat now. So they kind of got to find new things to do in a way, you know, like the top rope riptide and you know, quite a few riptides actually. But essentially what happens is Bianca Belair gets accidentally kicked. I guess we've seen that twice in this night, this time by Rhea Ripley. She's on the outside and she's fuming, and this is a great example of, again, someone who I think is turning heel because she has a right to be angry. She's annoyed with Rhea Ripley, and I was saying all along, I think she's going to cost Rhea Ripley, which is going to lead to her needing to allow Rhea Ripley to be in her match, which is the thing that she's trying to prevent all along, right? So she is now going to, you know, unexpectedly allow Rhea Ripley to join the match, and it becomes a triple threat, as I say. And it's all because Rhea Ripley hits her by accident, and then Bianca can't accept that, and she attacks Rhea Ripley and also attacks Io Sky as well. So the match is over. Io Sky is still champion, and surely it means these three ladies are going to be facing off against each other in a triple threat at WrestleMania. And as I said to Lucas on the stream, look, it's basically where we were just before the European tour. In some ways, it feels like a shame. In some ways, it does make sense. And I can't pretend I wasn't entertained by what I saw. But that does bring us towards the end of the show, guys. That was pretty much everything from Monday Night Raw. I want to know, guys, let me know what you thought of the show. Let me know in the comments whether it's on demand or live. I'd love to hear what you guys think of Monday Night Raw. It was a really enjoyable show to watch with you guys. And I'm getting a comment here as well, coming in from from Twitter, from Aidan, of course, who is there live at the O2. Just gonna let him know. I'm gonna let everybody know his rating. He's there in the arena, as I say. He gives it an 8 out of 10. Quite an enjoyable show for him. He says that the dark match is CM Punk versus Ludwig Kaiser, which is really cool. Actually, CM Punk is there, so that's quite good for the fans in London. I know Aidan himself wanted to see CM Punk live, so that's pretty cool to know that CM Punk is there. And Ludwig, of course, we saw a segment with him as well. You may not have seen it if you watched the US version, but essentially here in the UK on Netflix, he was interviewed saying that he was disappointed up by the ramp, essentially saying, look, I'm disappointed that they haven't found a space for me on the WrestleMania card. So it was good to see that he actually had a match tonight with CM Punk, a big match against a big superstar, and I really want to see more from Gunther, from Ludwig, I should say, going forwards. Ever since he split from Gunther, it's been up and down, and they even said that in that promo, and he was basically saying, no, it's just kind of been a blip. I can't remember what he said, but it was a great line, essentially. But yeah, glad to hear that. Also, Aidan also let us know that there was a lot of blood being cleaned up while the promo was being shown, after the clip with Jimmy Uso being busted open by Gunther. That amazing scene, as I mentioned earlier on, with Jay trying to get to him. So some great storytelling there. Some great storytelling, I think, throughout the show. Really, we're starting to get towards again what looks like a pretty solid WrestleMania card. So just to run through some of the things we saw tonight, as I say, John Cena finally got physical with Cody Rhodes. He gets attacked though and takes a crossroads. We also see Logan Paul and AJ Styles not quite put pen to to paper, but surely lead towards their match at WrestleMania. The tag match led into some shenanigans here where Penta and Braun were the ones who sadly fell apart as the baby faces, and the heels of Judgment Day looked like they were actually getting along. I actually forgot to mention the point I was going to raise earlier on. Those guys did have a little bit of dissent because Liv basically didn't like the way that Finn put himself over and says to Dom, you were just as much a part of that win as well, which, you know, putting seeds in Dom's mind to kind of split. I don't know where we're going with the Judgment Day, but it feels like maybe next week there will be some dissent between them and Dom will actually get into this match, and maybe it will become this graphic here, but they'll squeeze those middle ones together because at the end of the tag match, it'll be a fatal four-way. But who knows? Maybe we will get someone like Ludwig Kaiser thrown into the mix here as well. Gunther versus Jimmy Uso, as we mentioned, was kind of what we expected. I don't think Gunther should have lost. He definitely didn't lose. He came out of it looking very strong and very menacing indeed. Of course, busting open, I should say, Jimmy Uso, as we mentioned before, as Jay tried to help his brother, but couldn't do it because he was held back by zip ties. Overall, like I say, quite an enjoyable show. Just trying to see if there's anything else I need to say on this little recap of what went down. Yeah, that was pretty much it. A fun show, a fun way to end this European tour. If you haven't already and you're going to watch the show, then why not do it alongside me with our watch-along experience? And also at the O2, they've had a WWE and UFC Superstore. Sadly, it closes today, but I really think it's a great case for opening a permanent Superstore somewhere in a city like London. So if you haven't already, check that video out, and I break down everything in the store, essentially, in the experience of it. But you've been watching the instant reaction review. Thank you so much for everyone that's joined us tonight, whether it's live or on demand. Again, I'd love to know your thoughts on Raw, but the European shows overall. It's been a really enjoyable European tour. I think we've done 6 shows now, 3 SmackDowns and 3 Raws. Again, really rare for us here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel to be able to watch them at a reasonable time because we are here in England. So it's been quite good for us. It's just gone 11 p.m. here on Monday night, which is a little bit more palatable than the 4 a.m. that we usually get at the end of the Raw. So it's been good fun. Look, again, we don't usually cover Raw and SmackDown this in depth, but we do go hard on the PLEs. We'll be going into WrestleMania season even more so as the weeks kind of progress now, and we'll have predictions, we'll have extra content on our Instagram, our TikTok at RN Pro Wrestling. Of course, subscribe here to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel as well. And then coming into WrestleMania week, we'll basically cover all of the big events that week as much as we can, including with our famous build-up shows on both nights of WrestleMania 1 and 2. We are here to get you guys and us guys excited for it. Speaking of being excited for it, we're about 3 weeks away now. The card, as I say, is starting to take shape. We've had a fun European tour. Really, again, want to know what you thought of this experience. It's been very different. Not something I expected them to do on the road to WrestleMania. Maybe something that might happen next year after WrestleMania, because that's when we used to get the tours anyway, the WrestleMania Revenge Tour. Maybe those shows will be more televised, more than just the UK shows that we used to get. But this year, it's been really great. Again, seeing the fans in Barcelona. Of course, we had a Roman reporter in the form of Lucas out there in Barcelona updating us with that as well. Brussels, Bologna, Glasgow, and then the 2 shows here in London where, of course, we've had people sending us videos and comments from what the atmosphere is like in the O2 as well. So we appreciate everyone that's contributed to the show in that way. But, of course, everyone that's joined us on these watch-along streams over the past few weeks, it really has been enjoyable, and we've got some extra content out of it for you as well on this very channel. So if you haven't already subscribed, go back and check out more of those, whether it be the instant reaction reviews of the shows, or if you want to watch along once again. But again, I've been Scott. This has been the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel, giving you the Monday Night Raw instant reaction review. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you on the next one. Cheers.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.